Hello and welcome to Ignite Innovation. South Florida has really been on the spotlight lately in terms of being recognized for its technology, being recognized for all the companies that have moved here to South Florida.
Hello and welcome to Ignite Innovation.
Just one moment, I see it.
South Florida has really been on the spotlight lately in terms of being recognized for its technology, being recognized for all the companies that have moved here to South Florida.
Thank you. So my goal is to really play a role in how South Florida is perceived, not just as a great destination for tech, but also as a great destination for actual innovation. There's a lot of companies that are really building technology here in South Florida. And my goal is to empower them with knowledge about what is the latest tools that you could use, what are the latest innovations, what are techniques that are being introduced across the world that really will take our technology to the next level. I feel like a lot of times in corporations here in South Florida, there's a lot of deliverables, there's a lot of things to do. And I'm hoping that this kind of sessions allow people to kind of see outside of their box, being able to jump in and view what else is there. How else can I make this a much larger application than just what my company needs, a lot larger than what maybe my city needs, and really think about what the country needs, the world needs. And I feel like there's a lot of tools out there that allow you to do it with relatively little effort. And my goal really is to introduce those tools and help developers build something really, really amazing. So it's a great point for me to introduce myself. My name is Ibis Fonte. I am definitely one of the people that have been developing tech here in South Florida for quite a while. I was born in South Florida. I'm a Hialeah girl and studied at FIU, started my career in 1993. So wow, coming up to maybe 30 years now building tech here in South Florida. I'm so proud about how far our community has gotten. I'm really looking forward at encouraging other people being able to feel empowered that yes, they could build amazing things. Yes, they could go ahead and get really creative. And yes, we could be spotlighted not just for a great destination for tech, but for the tech that we are building right here in South Florida. So I'm really loving the fact that people are looking at what options are out there, what can they do, and I'm hoping to be able to facilitate it. So this whole initiative, Ignite Innovation, is my community initiative trying to give back to the community, trying to give back to the businesses here locally, the students here locally, being able to really inspire product owners, CEOs of how far their products could go so that when they are asking for features, they're really thinking about taking it to that next level, really building something that is going to be impactful. And when that spotlight is here on South Florida, I want us to really shine. I want to look amazing. I want our tech to really be something that blows people away. And so I'm encouraging you to go ahead and build not just what you need, but build something wow, something out there that makes us shine. I want you to really represent South Florida. And these sessions are going to help you do that. So Ignite Innovation is a monthly conference every first Friday of the month where I'm bringing people from different corporations to introduce their products and introduce some concepts that really could take you to the next level. Last month, we talked about IoT. We talked about different things with UI, UX. We had somebody introducing machine learning models and how to actually make systems that learn automatically and recognize patterns in your models more effectively. We talked last week a lot about how to innovate in this hybrid world. So there's a lot of amazing content from last week that I'm really excited to have brought to the South Florida community. So this month in September, I'm looking at some really cool content. One topic that we haven't touched about yet at Ignite Innovation is blockchain, and that's our first speaker. And it really is going to allow us to delve into the blockchain world and how, as a business owner, you could implement blockchain. It's definitely an amazing speaker that I can't wait for you to meet. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about what's happening in the industry and why I'm so excited for you to hear So in the last few months, I've seen this explosion online of grants and funding that's available to businesses that implement blockchain technology or implement things with certain crypto coins. There are a lot of people actually putting money into this area. And I feel like it allows us as a developer to really have resources that typically aren't available to us. It allows us as a business owner to add features to our products with very little cost, because the cost is subsidized by these grants. It really is an initiative throughout many different organizations across the nation that is putting money into this area being developed. And if this is now the hot area, why not South Florida shine in that area as well? If you want to find out about all the grants for blockchain or crypto coins, go ahead and just Google grants for blockchain or grants for crypto, and you will see pages and pages of different programs. There's different things that have just come up in the last few months. There are some items that have deadlines. So please go ahead and watch those deadlines carefully and jump in there. If people are supporting and really able to support this kind of initiative, I would really love for people here in South Florida to take advantage of it. After our blockchain conversation is going to start at 10:30 this morning, and we're going to be talking about the Internet of Things. And I feel like the Internet of Things is an area that's exploding in the next few years. It really is taking people away from sitting in front of their computers and putting them in an environment where they're going out and building something that's in the life of the user, not asking the user to stop their life and come to the computer, but allowing now their product and their service to be part of the user's life outside of the computer itself. That is just an amazing area of growth right now, and something that definitely we could go ahead and have more growth here locally. I really enjoy how Internet of Things has impacted my life so far, and to see more and more companies building in that area, I feel that just, grows so much potential there as well. At 12:30, we're going to be talking about APIs, and API is going to be a big topic. We've heard different topics from Mayor Suarez themselves talking about how API is an area where it allows the tech that's being built here in South Florida to have global implications. So I'm really hoping to, follow and contribute to that discussion by giving you some ideas of what APIs are available out there for you. Many of them for free, that you could have code that's already written by other parties and incorporate that into your product, allowing you to now have new features that you didn't have to write yourself. So imagine if all this code and all these features are out there and all you got to do is kind of tie them into your software. Maybe it is worth considering how you could expand your features just with those tools themselves. So I am excited about how the API world can affect technology here in South Florida. I'm excited about what people could be inspired to use, and I'm hoping to drop those little nuggets of inspiration for you to consider these APIs in your development. Following the API discussion, we have a speaker from IBM talking about the economy of APIs. A lot of people build APIs as a revenue source. So if you are going to expose your software, the technology that you've been to date, or new technology that you want to write and put that out into the world, then this is something that's available as an income source for your company, increasing the revenue that your company makes. And right now with this economy, people are looking for ways to increase revenue. So wow, to be able to talk about turning your code into something that makes even more money than it does today, that is major. And if you're a corporation is just starting a startup, or a student is trying to come up with their own ideas, it really is an area of growth where you could go ahead and build anything that you could come up with, expose it as an API, and create this whole strategy of economy around it so that it can bring you income, residual income, passive income that you write once and you just make money off of over and over. And it not only is it a revenue source, but it really is something that builds this relationship with other companies around the world and making your little South Florida project something global. That is growth. That is inspiring. And I'm really excited about how you could kind of have these nuggets that I drop and come up with your own ideas. That's the whole point of this event, to allow you to be able to come up with your own ideas, how you could really take what you've been talking about in your companies, what you've been talking about in your projects, and have a bigger view. If innovation is out there and it could be easily integrated, I would love for you to be able to jump in and use this technology to really, really shine. You're not just shining yourself and your project, you're helping all of us in South Florida shine as well. So it's a really, really exciting time. And I'm so excited to be able to come and bring you this information. After the API economy, we're going to be talking about open source and CNCF. I love open source because it really is tools that are being used across the nation. Tools, a lot of times these are huge communities. In the case of CNCF, it really is. And these are tools that help you so much in your business. Everything from being able to help you manage your APIs, as I mentioned APIs before, but go beyond that. It has testing frameworks to be able to help you make sure that your code is solid. It has different things to help you in terms of hosting online, making it efficient, being able to have redundancy, being able to do load balancing, all these different tools. It's really part of a successful solution, is available as an open source, something that winds up having very little cost, if any, and allows you to really take advantage of it. So again, these are all these amazing things out there in the world that you could go ahead and use in your tools that I'm hoping that you be inspired to take advantage of and go out there and try as well. Our speaker is going to talk about how you can get to the site and what it does. And all in all these different speakers really are geared at making you think outside the box, geared at giving you information that maybe you hadn't considered yet, and geared at helping you really be creative and innovative. The way that our format works here is that every session is going to be about 40 minutes. And at the end of the 40 minutes, there's a question and answer portion. The question and answer portion is something that you could go ahead and comment through our YouTube channel. It has a chat box on the left-hand side, and you'll be able to add any kind of comments that you want there, and I'll be collecting them and presenting them to the speaker at the end of their presentation. So any questions that you have throughout the day, please go ahead and comment throughout the chat, and we'll go ahead and get your questions answered. After we have the Q&A session, the last 10 minutes is really a brainstorming, where I'm hoping that you're joining me in the chat group to really think about, okay, now how do we use this information that we just learned? You know, the speaker just blew our mind, teaching us about something cool, teaching us about something amazing. How can we use this information? How can we implement it? And it's this whole brainstorming and throwing out ideas, really thinking about how to use these items that I want us to do together as a community. So if you're watching this full screen, please, make sure that you do interact with the chat, minimize when you have a comment, and add it to the chat itself, and also engage in the actual brainstorming as well. So I'm really excited about how today's going to go. We have some amazing topics. We have some amazing speakers, and our schedule really is something that I'm so proud about being able to bring these people to South Florida. So proud about being able to hopefully inspire you to think big. And my main number one goal is to just see some amazing, amazing tech come out of here in South Florida. So I encourage you to take this information, really digest it, talk about it in your teams. And if there's anything that I can do to help, please go ahead and follow up with me. I'll be happy to being able to bounce ideas or validate for you whatever I can do. My history is that after being in the field, actually working as a software developer for about 20 years, I heard an NPR show on my way to work one day. I was working in Boca at the time. And, in my career, I worked in Miami, I worked in Fort Lauderdale, I worked in Boca. But at this time in my career, I was working in Boca. And there was a speech, there was a speaker on NPR that was talking about how is it that that companies really have shown diversity to the communities. And it was a topic in conversation where they were talking about women particularly not being visible to the public, not being out there and something visible to inspire other women to get to technology. And this was about the year 2014. And it really gave me this whole bigger view of myself that yes, I was working in tech, I was building tech in South Florida, I was a successful person in tech overall. How can I contribute back to my community and make an impact? And that's kind of what I've started doing starting in 2014. So in my background, 2014, I started a nonprofit, Girl Development, encouraging women to get back into tech. From there, I worked with Girls Who Code, doing curriculum and also teaching during the summer program. And throughout, since 2014 till now, it's been all about creating these events online, creating the ability to have a potential to get in front of people and show them who are the people successful in South Florida Tech and what are they building. And I'm hoping to be able to continue that through this whole initiative of Ignite Innovation. Overall, Ignite Innovation is something that's giving to the community, being able to inspire you through these technologies and having more of a circular 360 view of what's happening in technology today. There's a lot of analysts that have predicted what technologies are really going to be hot in 2022, what's going to explode in 2025. And it really makes you think about what is my technology, what I'm building, going to play a role in this development and this whole workflow, this whole, I would say, timeline of what's happening in technology. There's been some amazing analyst reports about the advancement of driverless vehicles. We talked about how these driverless vehicles really are making impact in our community and how each level of safety is being explored and actually released to the market year after year. So that's something that in the next few years we're going to see really develop really fast. I mentioned earlier about Internet of Things, devices, smart homes, smart cities, and different equipment that allow us to now bring technology out of an actual computer that we have to sit in front of and interact with our daily lives, allowing us to have more connectivity and more automation. So again, I feel like in all the analyst reports, I've consistently seen topics about Internet of Things, and that's why Internet of Things is always part of Ignite Innovation as well. And in addition to that, being able to focus on technology related to artificial intelligence and machine learning, those topics definitely are showing extreme growth. One of the hot topics in technology is as well that I would love to have companies really focus on how to incorporate that into their company itself. So what is it that you could automate? What can you actually process in terms of data? I've seen companies adopt machine learning already when it comes to marketing data. What is the public interested in terms of their wealth of different features? What is actually the sentiment out there about their products? So artificial intelligence is here now, definitely one of the topics that I would love to be able to get you to really think, if you're not using it today in your business, how can you incorporate it today? And it's just a few examples of all these different technologies that's really going to take the forefront as we progress year after year here throughout this whole tech landscape. And I'm encouraging you as a business owner to incorporate more features than what you have today. Think outside of the immediate needs of your projects and think of a more global view of how you could get your products ready for the future. How you can make your investment in terms of time and effort in software development today and make it something that will allow your company to really be ready for this amazing technological future that we see right in front of us. And technology has proven to be able to grow year after year. So I really want you to be open to all these new tools and technologies that we present throughout this conference and allow you to really have I would say just different nuggets of inspiration about how can I possibly incorporate these different topics that you see in Ignite Innovation in your projects overall. My forward thinking in terms of where this conference is going, throughout bringing all these different speakers to be able to introduce these topics to the South Florida market. I'm hoping to be able to keep bringing people from across the world that have different features, different tools that I see is going to make a big impact, and that I see is going to be make an impact in order to make your projects really have this longevity, really be ready for what the needs are of your audience for the years to come. So our agenda for today, at 10:30, we're going to get started with blockchain for developers. Definitely a big topic that I'm hoping that a lot of people that haven't incorporated blockchain yet are excited to get into. We have two amazing speakers that's going to be joining us here momentarily. At 11:30, we'll be talking about the Internet of Things, and that's going to be a very exciting topic. I'm really passionate about this area. At 12:30, we're going to be talking about APIs and kind of top 10 APIs that you really want to consider for your company, how you can incorporate them, features that maybe will take less effort than you thought that could really enhance your software solution today. At 1:30, we're going to be talking about the API economy, how you take tech that you built already today and expose it to the world in a way that may be lucrative, that may be able to be revenue generating for you and your company. And at 2:30, we're going to be talking about open source and CNCF. This is a very big global initiative of tools to help you really be successful with your software development. At 3:30, after the last session, we do have a conclusion, and this is going to be a brainstorming session that allows us to go ahead and have what I would say is the community really interacting with these topics. And as a community, using the chat and also allowing community members to join us here on Zoom allows us to really focus on everything that we covered today and kind of, think about how we could combine these into making great new ideas. And it really is this whole, I would say, avalanche of all these different combination of ideas that we've introduced throughout the day. And thinking about, well, what if we combine the thing from the third speaker with the item from the first speaker, then we can come up with this great new idea for such and such an industry. And these kind of conversations, that's what sparks, that new idea. My favorite thing about brainstorming is that brainstorming isn't something that's just one person's idea. It's a combination of one idea sparking a second idea, sparking a third idea. And all together at the end of a brainstorming session, oftentimes you come up with this big, glorious, amazing idea that's greater than anything that one person could have come up with on their own. So I'm really excited about having brainstorming at the end of each session and at the end of this whole Ignite Innovation session as well. So please join us here at the end of each session. Stay on, make sure that you comment in the chat. Any questions that you have, I'll be presenting to the speakers at the very end. And anything that you want to know about our Ignite Innovation, you can go ahead and contact us through our website, igniteinnovationflorida.fl.com. So that's igniteinnovationfl.com. This event is sponsored by my company, Software Factory. I'm going to tell you just a little bit about that while we wait for the next speaker session to begin. And Ignite Innovation really is kind of a spin-off of what is Software Factory. And Software Factory is an apprenticeship program that allows us to get seasoned professionals to act as mentors for the new entry-level talent that's coming into the market. So we contact businesses and we help them develop an apprenticeship program. And through our program, they're able to choose one of our apprentices and they come along with one of our mentors that helps them along. So the apprentice themselves winds up being somebody that works for you as your company, but they have somebody kind of behind them to help them learn best practices, help them be really productive, do their code reviews, And it really allows people to have that extra support so they can be successful as they start their career. And as a business owner, our apprenticeship program allows you to now have somebody that's at an apprenticeship level, but that is producing amazing work because their work has been reviewed. It has been something that they're coached through by a mentor. And the kind of, coding results that we've been getting to date from these entry-level talents is just mind-blowing. I feel like oftentimes when somebody starts their career, they always have a little bit of uncertainty about themselves, and maybe, they spend way too much time Googling things, and the amount of code they produce every week is kind of low. So to have somebody that's actually there, doing on-the-job training, specifically technology that has to do with the tasks that you've been assigned, allows a software developer to be very much more productive, very much more focused in their learning, to be able to make sure that the task that's needed exactly where they're going to flourish. And at the end of the day, the company winds up getting amazing results because you have now a developer that's working, an entry-level developer that's working alongside a seasoned developer and producing amazing tech as well. So the initiative Software Factory really is about trying to build our technology team, our workforce here in South Florida. A lot of our workforce is entry level thanks to the amazing boot camps that we have here locally. And our goal is to be able to ramp these people up and get them up to that mid-level really, really fast so that they could jump in and help us build this amazing tech here in South Florida. I feel like there's so many great things that we could do here locally. We have the people, we have the amazing companies, and putting them all together and building them for success, I feel like is really going to make a big impact, so that all this spotlight that we're having here in South Florida can not only spotlight the fact that we have a great location for tech, but actually spotlight the amazing tech that we're building here in South Florida as well. So if you'd like any more information about Software Factory, please go ahead and visit our website, softwarefactorytraining.com, and you can contact me through there. So we're just about ready to begin. I'm going to allow our speakers to come in a few minutes early if they want to say a few words before we begin. And I'm really excited about the very next topic. So our very next session is going to be our blockchain for developers is with Algorand. And our speaker is going to be Russ Faustino, and he has a special guest, Ryan Fox. And I really love that blockchain is really being such a big forefront in our technology industry right now. So I'm so excited for this speech, and I'm hoping that you are as well. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and invite Russell and Ryan. If you want to join me here, you're welcome to. Let's see if I can.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you great. Can you hear me okay?
Hello.
Good,
yeah, I can hear you great. How about me?
Beautiful. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so excited for your session. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Can't wait here.
I have visibility for where the audience is and all the chat messages. So I'll be making notes along the way. And at the end, I'll be happy to go ahead and communicate any questions. So you could go ahead and answer them during the end portion. So you don't have to worry about keeping your eye on chat or anything. I got you.
Well, actually, Ryan is going to help out with the chat as well. If you can make
Excellent.
him a co-host or something like that so he can see the chat, he
Yes,
can answer
definitely.
questions as we go, and it'll be a little bit more interactive that way.
Yes, absolutely. Thank
And
you.
might as well make me co-host too, in case I got to poke my eyes in there too.
You've got it.
All right. There's the chat window. Okay, I can see that.
All right, well, I'm going to go off screen and I'll just be back here supporting Russ as necessary. Thanks much.
I wanted to say one more comment before you begin. And that is that this session is going to be available in Spanish in case that there are any Spanish speakers here in our audience. We have some translation happening. For you speakers, you don't have to worry about anything additional, but we do have translation happening behind the scenes. And I wanted to share the numbers both in English and Spanish for our audience to be able to jump to the, to dial in to hear the Spanish translation while they view your video. So if you are interested in watching this in Spanish, please feel free to dial 253-215-8782. And meeting ID is 850-1105-2995. Again, that's phone number 253-215-8782. And meeting ID is 850-1105-2995. And I'll be posting that in the chat as well. I'm going to repeat that in Spanish for any Spanish speakers that may not have gotten that. Si quieres oír este contenido en español, por favor marque por teléfono y a la misma vez que ves el video aquí, puedes también oír en español el contenido de hoy. La información para recibir esta información en español, tienes que llamar por teléfono al número 253-215-8782 y cuando te pide el meeting ID, marca 850-1105-2995. Este número lo voy a poner en el chat, lo puedes conseguir ahí si es necesario. All right, so with that, we're ready to go ahead and turn it over to you. Thank you so much, Russ.
Right, you're welcome. Let me see if I can share my screen here, okay? Okay, let me know if you can see that okay.
Looks good. Thanks.
Okay. One more clean up here and I'll be right with you. Okay, we are ready. All right. I want to thanks for everybody for having me here at Ignite Innovation Miami. I love the name. I love to ignite people, get people excited about technology, especially ones that are going to benefit a lot of folks. And we have some innovation for you in the session, quite a bit. And we're very, very excited to bring that to you, especially in the way of blockchain and a lot of the tools that developers have now to develop blockchain solutions with. In Miami, I love Miami. You know, I only live about a 4-hour drive away over here in Tampa, Florida. And haven't been there, you know, since pre-COVID, but boy, I look forward to going back again and having a good time there in South Beach. Love it there. And lots of a very strong developer community, I might add, in that neck of the woods too. So let's go ahead and get started. First thing I want to do is try to get a makeup of the audience in terms of your experience level. So if you can, please just answer. I got 3 poll questions to kind of guide the experience so I can guide the session correspondingly. I'm going to go ahead and bring that up. It's at slido.com. And there's the barcode. And actually, I'll show it again here on the site. Let's go ahead and present this. So you should be able to see this right over here. And let's go ahead and show the first code. So the actual QR codes up there, or if you want to go out to slido.com, just enter in that number 90225. We'll give you a second or two to do that. I think we've got a great session here lined up for you today. So this first question is about your experience level with Algorand blockchain. So you could pick up to 2 of these out of this set here. You've got the brand new to blockchain period, brand new to Algorand blockchain, less than 6 months with Algorand, less than 6 months with blockchain, and then a couple more for the experienced folks. So once you get those in there, we'll go ahead and bring up the second question as well. We're going to cover some use cases up front in terms of why blockchain, what it's good for, what type of solutions to build. Then the next thing we're going to do is talk about some of the internals of blockchain, the layer 1 features, and exactly what layer 1 is. And then we'll get into some demos, a lot of demos on code and tools. Okay, so folks are just getting into answering this. So let's go ahead and continue on to the next question. Okay, what languages do you prefer? If you're not a developer, click that off, but otherwise you can click as many of these as you want. We got Python, JavaScript, Java, Go, C#. And then the last question I think is around some more experience level type questions. All right, we got JavaScript coming in. And let's go ahead and go out to the last question here. So experience building dApps, or what's called distributed apps, and brand new if you don't know what that is. And then there's a tool called Reach, another tool called PyTeal, another tool called Teal. And if you've built apps on Algorand or Ethereum or any other blockchain, indicate that as well. All right, so we got brand new category, mostly for everybody here today. So thank you very much for answering that. We'll go ahead and end that poll and come back over to the deck and do our presentation here. Okay. So let's get into the session here on developer blockchain innovations, right? And first and foremost, what is blockchain development all about? Why do I care about blockchain? You know, what type of solutions can I build? What programming languages can I use to build solutions with? And what are dApps? What are smart contracts? And how do I verify contracts and not get burned and be able to audit some of the smart contracts? So these are all questions I know I had when I started developing on blockchain, and we'll kind of unravel these as we go through the course of the session here today. First, we're going to start out with some blockchain basics and use cases. Then we'll get into layer one, which is right on the blockchain capabilities and features. How to get started, and then we got code and tools. All right, so first section here, blockchain basics. Basically, first and foremost, it's decentralized, and that means it's distributed all around the globe, and as well as the fact that there is no authority that manages people from using the blockchain or accessing it. So anyone can go out and access that in a decentralized manner. There's no silo, right? A lot of times you hear about all of these ransomware attacks nowadays on centralized data centers. That's because somebody's got the lock and key, right? And they figure it out and they get in and they have a ransomware attack. So by being decentralized, that eliminates that problem right away. Distributed, being a global solution is very, very important. Being able to do transactions, anywhere around the planet is phenomenal, as well as it's just between the sender and the receiver. At times when you do a transaction, let's say you swipe your card at Starbucks, it goes through about 6 clearinghouses before it gets to your checking account. Now, if any of those clearinghouses have a breach, there goes your identity, right? There goes your DNA. And, that's why a lot of times banks will say, okay, we've got a little bit of a breach on your card. We got to change your card number, that sort of thing. That could be one of the reasons that causes that. But being distributed and being able to have just 2 players involved, the sender and the receiver, and going anywhere on the planet is incredible. There's over 2.2 billion people on this planet that lack access to modern financial services. A huge thing is the fact that blockchain is immutable. It's a read-only, write-once ledger. And the fact that it's immutable means a few different things. Number one, it's very easy to detect any kind of tampering. And number two, not only is it easy to detect any kind of tampering, but you also have the ability to be audited, right? You have basically an audit trail built right in to the blockchain. You know exactly where the funds have gone, or how they were assigned, or where they're going to. So your audit trail is built right in. So the actual makeup of the Algorand blockchain is as follows. You've got the blocks at the top. This is really just a slice of time, what you see here, and our blocks are burned in under 5 seconds. So you would see all the transactions that would be associated in that time interval. Then transactions would be between accounts or between individuals. And then we'll talk more about accounts in a minute, but basically at the account level, then you have a one-to-many relationship between an account. You can have multiple assets as well as multiple applications. Assets we're going to talk about, those are like your own tokens that you can create. Applications might be like smart contracts. And to get more specifically in blockchain in general, when I first started, I came to Algorand about 2.5 years ago, and I was really curious, what kind of solutions can I build with blockchain? Now, blockchains like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Algorand are open and public. So that's like the upper right corner. So currencies, betting, video games, these are all great solutions. But what about these other types of flavors? How about like a private and open? That's good for supply chain and government financial records and corporate earnings statements. And up in the upper left, you got public and closed with voting, voting records, whistleblowers. So voting might be public because you want people to see the results, but it might be closed until the results are ready to publish, that sort of thing. And then you get to the most secure area, private and closed, with construction, national defense, law enforcement, and so on. Well, really, you can build any of these type of solutions on Algorand by providing a layer 2 authentication into the solution. And we have the use of the note field to accommodate that. We've got smart contracts to accommodate that. And so really any of these type of solutions are doable. The ones that do have some kind of an authentication required is up to the developer and your development team to provide that capability. And there's also vendors that provide that as third-party controls. Speaking of governments, right? So El Salvador government, just is hot off the press just a couple of days ago, basically is signed an agreement here to put all the records up on the Algorand blockchain. So this is huge. This is at the government level. And it's leveraging our blockchain, technology. So these use cases I'm about to discuss are real, right? The Algorand protocol is robust, scalable, inexpensive, and fast, and we're ready for it. So if you take a look at these examples here, next week marks a year that the Circle began issuing their USDC stablecoin. Well over 20 million in circulation. For those that are unfamiliar with stablecoins, one of the problems with cryptocurrencies is the way it fluctuates. It goes really up and really down, and that's a problem, right? So if it's worth a lot one day and you go do a transaction next day and it's not, it's really going to screw things up in terms of your transaction capabilities. Well, what stablecoins are, they are tied to an economy like the USD. So as USD fluctuates, so does it. So it's a lot more stable, hence the name stablecoins being able to be used. Then we get things like Yieldly. They're multi-asset staking and cross-chain swapping on Algorand. Bloomy, chose Algorand to power all their crypto payments. And then you got this Italian group here, SAI, that launches they launched 4 million NFTs. These are non-fungible tokens. And know what they did? They put copyrights up there. Copyrights are individual, they're all unique. And that's exactly the idea behind a non-fungible token. It's like a collectible or something that's very, very unique in terms of the the makeup of it. And put over 95,000 up there. And this is becoming the de facto way to do copyrights. And also it's global, right? It's not bound to any country. These are on a blockchain and it is globally accessible and available. Being globally important is very, very a strong feature of blockchain. You look at some more of these, like tamper-proof charity organizations. These were actually out of the China blockchain report. You have tamper-proof charity organizations with being able to have audit trails, like I talked about, and tracking all the donations. There was, about 10, 15 years ago, there was a big hurricane, and they just were not tracking the funds appropriately in some of the charity efforts that were going on. Now they are, right, by using blockchain with that audit trail that's built in. Voting, another thing, tamper-proof, right, that helps you, cast in stone a vote. There's no arguments. It can't be changed. It can't be fudged. And then healthcare, being able to be accessible globally is extremely important. Look what's happening down with the hurricane right now down in Louisiana, right, New Orleans, and really many places up and down the East Coast. But they're in particular, they're in dire straits down there. The medical records are very, very important and have accessible. In this situation here, some people may not even be able to provide medical records. Maybe they lost them in the flood. Maybe they got them in their head. Who knows? But what we really need is to have those medical records accessible to the medical team on site, no matter where it is. I go to a new doctor, and even in simplest state, I have to spend a half hour filling out my medical history. Well, it'd be nice if the patient was in charge of those medical records, right? And being able to say, okay, here it is. Here's my medical records. And then automotive is another big area that we have here: supply chain visibility, vehicle integrity, details of wear and tear on the parts. So they're putting in sensors into the cars to be able to have a reporting directly to the blockchain. So these are all examples. Then the biggest thing to come up with here is DeFi. DeFi is huge, and this is about as good as it gets in terms of a really big industry using blockchain. Last year there was over $1 trillion in cumulative network blockchain value, $1 trillion. This year is expected to go above 3 trillion. And the Masario report I referred to at the bottom is a very good report to get that kind of information out of. Finally, we get to the protocol. And this is really what differentiates Algorand, talking about being very innovative. Other blockchains like Bitcoin, Ethereum, they take a long time to build a block. Could be 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Also very expensive to do transactions, could be, $20 on Ethereum. Algorand's like under a penny. Also, it's very, very, our blockchain is very, very green. You take a look at, Bitcoin, expensive, very electrical consuming equipment needs to be done to mine the new block. With Algorand, there's no mining. So, basically you've got true scalability, 1,000 transactions per second, under 5-second block times. You get infrastructure longevity, technical flexibility, lots of SDKs, a lot of great tools. Transaction certainty is no forking. Platform extensibility, very, very energy efficient. You can run a node on a Raspberry Pi, as well as extremely cost efficient transactions, like I said, being under a penny. And that really provides a lot of opportunities for things like, point of sale transactions between it, the block times being burned so fast and being very cost effective. And, you can see using this for something that like charge a cup of coffee on, for example, whereas not the case with other blockchains. So true security is provided with this protocol. So a really cool, bright bunch of engineers at Algorand created this. We went mainnet about 2 years ago. And since then, boy, a lot of great tools, right? And layer one evolved very shortly after we launched. And the way I put it, this is the heart and soul, right, of the blockchain. And here it is. So what is layer one comprised of? You got Algorand accounts, standard assets, atomic transactions, smart contracts, and reporting, right, on the indexes. So we're going to go over all of these, and a lot of great docs up at our developer site, developer.algorand.org. So first, let's talk about accounts. Well, it's basically 3 types of accounts. You have an individual account, standard account. This could be a one for the company or one for yourself or whatever. Also, you have a multi-sig account. Multi-sig account, it's kind of analogous to when you bring a check to a bank and you have to have 2 signatures on it. Well, that's the threshold, right? You have to have 2. With a multi-sig account, let's say you've got a multi-sig group of 10, maybe a board of directors or something like that, and you want to say, okay, 6 of these or 5 of these or whatever number is the threshold, have to sign off on this in order for this to be transacted. And so that's a very, very nice feature with a lot of different uses. And then you get a logic account, which is a smart contract. It returns true or false. And if it returns true, and then it goes ahead and signs that transaction and sends it. And if it's false, it does not. So those are the types of Algorand accounts. Now let's talk about ASAs, or Algorand Standard Access. These are referred to as fungible tokens. Could be used, like stable coins. You can create your own, cryptocurrency, Rust coin or whatever. Cryptocurrencies. You have some restricted ones as well. These could be, for securities or government issued fiat, where you have maybe a clawback capability. So that's one side of it. Then you have non-fungible tokens, and NFTs are very, very big in the blockchain this year. They've really come on like gangbusters. I even saw a skit recently on Saturday Night Live going like, what the heck is it? NFT? It was like a rap dance. It was pretty funny. It was pretty cool. Anyway, so these are basically NFTs are unique. Like real estate, for example, I got a 2-bedroom condo here. It's worth so much, but if I go even across the street or downtown, it'll be different. And because there's different things that are associated with that in terms of the neighborhood, the closeness of stores, all of those type of intangibles, things like certifications, or things like we talked about, copyrights, collectibles. These are all examples. So one of a kind things is really, in my mind, how I like to think about that. So let's take a look at a few of these. So to create your own, we can do this visually with a tool called Algodesk.io. This is by a partner that created this. And then you also have an asset manager here. So let's go ahead and get started. That was the private key that was just listed up there. I'm going to go ahead and create a new asset. Let's call this Pizza Rust. And let's do a supply of these. Let's say we're going to go with 10,000 of these. You could have a decimal point in there. So now it would be 10,000.0 would be represented. You can have an asset URL. You can use this, for example, if you had a link to maybe IPFS for storage. Maybe you wanted to put, pictures or videos or something there and link it to the blockchain. You can certainly do that. And then you have all of these functions that are available: managing, freezing, reserve address, clawback address. So these are accounts that would be responsible for those type of functions. So, well, not quite sure. I can show you the one I did yesterday here on this one here, and we'll come right down to the bottom here, and we can see we've got Pizza Rust, and you can see you have all of these addresses here, and then you can do all of these particular functions, right? Send assets, modify the assets, freeze it, unfreeze it, delete it. And then finally, you can actually go down and view this on a blockchain explorer. So I'm going to click on this, and now this will bring up that transaction that I did. And then you can see this here would be circulating supply, nothing. I haven't issued any yet, but I did create 10,000 of those. This is the creator address, the reserve address. And then you also have the transactions that are associated with this. So this was the transaction that created that particular asset. And that's exactly what we're looking at here. So you can go ahead and bring up the transaction details, and then you can see everything there that we entered. So some really great stuff there in terms of building assets. And then the other thing we'll take a look at here is minting an NFT. So here is an example that we have for building a NFT. I'm going to go ahead and launch this. And this is going to use AlgoSigner. AlgoSigner is a built-in wallet to the Google browser. And let's go ahead and call this Mario. And let's go ahead and do this. And so now we're going to go ahead and mint this. And then, so there it pops up AlgoSigner to sign off the transaction. So think of that as a wallet that's accessible through your browser. And now let's go ahead and minting it. And once this completes, now we'll have that available as an asset. So there it is, loading the NFT and bringing this up to the blockchain. So this was successful. go ahead and refresh this, and then we should be able to see it here. And there's our asset that we had just created, our NFT. So lots of cool stuff there. And then we have atomic transfers, all must succeed or all will fail. So, this is like analogous to a SQL Server, transaction where a lot of transactions into one, and they all must work or the database gets rolled back to the way it was when it started. And, how it works is, person A is going to send 50 algos to B, and B is going to send a ticket to A. But if person A doesn't receive the concert ticket, their 50 algos doesn't get lost. This is a great way for creating transactions of people that you necessarily have a trust relationship with. And so this is really the secret sauce of a lot of transactions that are done on blockchain, is being able to do something like this. Because a lot of times it is an exchange of goods is what we're talking about doing on the blockchain. Examples might be, efficient match funding, enabling multilateral trades, circular trades, group payments. So distributed payments, these are all in the realm of atomic transfers. So smart contracts, let's get into this. So, let's begin with exploring, smart contracts with a quote from the inventor himself in 1994, where he wrote, "A smart contract is a computerized transaction protocol that executes the terms of the contract." Now, his original writings, described a simple vending machine, dispensing a cold drink only if sufficient coins were provided. Now that makes sense. It's a great analogy. And he goes on to describe the cryptographic systems that would prevent theft and property. And he nailed it, on the head. It's exactly what's happening here. So let's take a look at components and smart contracts. And you can see here now, these are the type of smart contracts that Algorand has. There's two flavors. One is a stateful and the other one is stateless. So Teal is the core language at the base. It stands for Transaction Execution Approval Language, an assembly-like language. And being an assembly-like language, it's very, very efficient and very fast. That's one thing about blockchain. Anything that goes on has got to be fast and scalable. And you think about it, we've got nodes all over the globe, and this has to be the case. We also have a Python-enabled compiler. So if you feel like, for me, going back to assembler is going back quite a few years, right, in my development career, and I gravitate to PyTeal. So I will generate the teal in Python, and then there's a compiler switch, and it generates the teal from it. Reach is another great option. This is a fantastic. Talk about innovation. I'm going to end with this. This will be my final demo here today, is using Reach. This will, it's a JavaScript-like language that is the back end, and there's a front end to it. And what this does, it will compile out and deploy to multiple blockchains, not just Algorand, but it can go to Ethereum or other blockchains. So it's a really great concept, really, and it's working, and it's fantastic. Two types of state contracts, like I talked about: stateless. So these return true or false to approve or not approve spending transactions. And then stateful, which also involves storage on the blockchain itself, globally or locally at the account level. Now you can combine these with other technologies as well. Atomic transfers, assets, and stateless and stateful all can be combined. So let's take a look at the components of a smart contract. We'll start with the blockchain accounts. Think of this as you, the developer, will be authorizing deployment of your smart contract to the blockchain. Accounts represent users of your smart contract. Next, we take a look at the logic program here, or your smart contract. This is a computer program that gets installed into the blockchain by the developer, and importantly, it will compile into an immutable identifier. So next, we have the application call transactions. And the application call transactions, there's a special transactions addressing specific application. The identifier we talked about may include data that the program logic will process. When the consensus to the network observes an app called transaction, it will send it to the execution environment. This is commonly known as the virtual machine, and it's it's a runtime within the consensus protocol, meaning that the validation of all nodes will be executed. Will execute the smart contract program, either include the transaction in the next block or discard it altogether, and evaluation fails. So next we have our state transitions. These apply the results from a successful smart contract execution. State transitions may impact balances or key value data. Note that balances are held in accounts and logic are actually a special type of an account. So smart contracts typically hold both data and balance. So that's kind of like the quick and dirty on smart contracts. But the bottom line is this uses the same kind of protocol that was built into the blockchain from day one. It prevents things like overspending or underspending and double spending, right? So all of the above, are really facilitated with this. If you take a look of the DApp or distributed application, basically, this is the way it typically evolves. And you have smart contracts over here on the left. These would be stateless ones. These would be accessing one of the many SDKs that Algorand provides in the community as well. Different transaction types in the way of payments or through assets or other application calls. And then you have on the blockchain itself, you would have staple smart contracts. And those would be provide the ability to have local state at the account level and also at global state. Finally, in this section here, we get to many of the SDKs provide the ability to have access to the indexer. The indexer basically will take a look at the AlgoD process, which is your nodes, and then spin off data into a PostgreSQL database, which is indexed, and you can do very, very fast queries with it. So those are a few of the things that we have on layer one. Now, combining these together into an architecture, you have combining layer one features with voting, atomically grouped, and then the candidate A votes, and then the smart contract will be instantiated with an increment total to the global state. So the key here is these are all atomic groups. All of this happens or none of this happens. And then combining layer one features, say for crowdfunding, it might involve a stateless smart contract in the way of a payment from escrow. Out here, these also are going to be atomically grouped so that if they're successful in reaching the capital required for the project, then the crowdfunding smart contract would kick into effect, and it would actually go into the business. Otherwise, they'll get refunded right back to the original investor if they don't meet that goal. So these are things that are typical scenarios. Now, in getting started, we've got the sandbox, we've got the SDKs, plugins. Sandbox is a very easy environment, just requires a Docker install. And this gives you access to a node and be able to get up and testing and developing in a matter of minutes. Also, you have a lot of great code tools, a lot of SDKs, JavaScript, Java, Go, Python. And the community also has Dart and PHP and C#. And so we have a very strong developer community being built here with Algorand tools. AlgoDia, great development environment. I mentioned Reach before. There's a few others as well. Then we got a great portal, right, that describes all these. And again, getting started, all our SDKs and running a node. So go out to developer Algorand.org for that. VS Code, just do a search on Algorand. You got two extensions there that will pop up, Algorand, VS Code, and then Reach, install them both. And then AlgoDia is a great IDE for those that are not developers. This is really a great way to utilize all the different features of Algorand through an integrated development environment. And then our Reach is all about DApp development and brought to a new level. So show me the tools, right? So I've got Sandbox. Let's take a look at these, create accounts, dispense funds, first transaction. So let me go ahead and bring up our first demo here. This is going to be in Java. Let's go ahead and just run this. And what we're going to have here, I have my breakpoint set. You can see I'm going to do two things. I'm going to create an account, and then I'm going to do my transaction from that account. And this is all done in Java. Now, all the SDKs perform the same functionality. So here, I've already created my account with this line right up here, and I've spit out both the address and the passphrase down below. You can see it right over here. So I'm going to copy this address, And one thing you need to do is you need to fund it in order to accommodate things like transaction fees. So that's the very first thing you do. And this is a Algorand dispenser. It has a capability of dispensing USDC as well as Algos. And there you can see the balance comes up, and you click on these, go out to the browser again if you want to verify transactions. Coming back to the app, let's go ahead and continue. And now we're going to go into, now that we've got our account created and network, we're going to go connect to our network, which will take the sandbox values, right, that I have right here. The sandbox, by the way, if you take a look at this, this is the sandbox environment. You can see here, this provides the local address, the URL, and the token is specified there. So that's where you would get those from. There's also a goal command line tool, and you can see that right there. So I'm going to do goal node status. And this will give you the status that this thing is good. Sync time is very important to look at. That means it's caught up and it's available to do transactions. So once again, getting back over to the demo, I'm going to continue on with that. So now I've created my client. I've got a response that I just got back to get the balance. You can see printout down below. And then I go ahead and run this and get to my response. Now I'm going to wait for the confirmation. So that's the deal. You got to go ahead and sign it and then send it, which is the raw transaction. And then go ahead and wait for that confirmation to come back from the block, where I'm going to loop through pending transactions and then see when it was actually successful. And it did. And it actually printed out the amounts down here of that particular transaction that I sent. So there you see a quick demo on that. So now the next thing to take a look at is Algodia. And in Algodia, we've got the IDE right here. So this takes care of establishing your nodes. Now we have different networks. You have a private network, you have which is just on your machine. You have BetaNet, which is new features in the protocol and the consensus that would be there first. Then you got testnet and mainnet, which mirror each other. So you could have nodes set up on each one of those environments. This is just a very, very simple sample Teal application for a smart contract. What I'm going to create is what's called a delegated contract. So if you right mouse click, you go down to accounts. First of all, you can see a list of accounts. These are all the accounts I've got set up in here. I could fetch a balance. I can create a new account very easily, hit a new button, just like I did from the code. This is a little bit easier, no code required to do that. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take money from Alice and send it to Bob. And this is the contract we're going to use to do it. We're going to say the receiver must be Bob's account, and it's got to be less than the one algo. This is a micro algo amount. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and do a stateless contract, and we're going to do what's called that logic sig. And delegated means it's also got to be signed off by the sender, which is going to be Alice. And then I'm going to take the LSIG that this generated right here, and then we're going to go ahead and send a transaction. So if I pick a receiver to be somebody other than Bob, like Russ Demo, and I go to do this, it's going to take a look at that contract and you see all the sea of red, right? At the bottom line here, it's rejected by logic. Now, instead, what I'm going to do here is do the same thing, but I'm going to do it legit as the contract expects. And we're going to go ahead and make the receiver equal to Bob. And now let's put in the one algo again, and then go ahead and hit OK. And now we're going to see a successful transaction. So a great environment to utilize. And there you can see all the information coming back going forward. All right. Now we have a PyTeal environment, right? So this is the flow here that you have with creating a Python code. You compile it to Teal. And once you have the source code for Teal, their SDKs will do a compile of that to bytecode. And that's what's used as parameters to a lot of the calls for stateful contracts. And Reach, boy, let's get into this part. This is the final piece of the presentation. Great programming language, very JavaScript-like. There's also the ability to do front ends in Python, JavaScript, Go, and many more languages forthcoming. I think they're just about ready to release C#. Great compiler, right, for compiling to any chain, right, just with a configuration change. Mathematically guarantee safety. So the way I think of this in my mind, I'm an app developer, right? I do iOS, Android, Windows apps, and with Reach, you deploy once and you can go to multiple blockchains. Right now, Algorand, Ethereum, Complex are supported. And basically, this is analogous to these cross-platform solutions like I was talking about, that where you use one set of code and then you can deploy to all these different environments. So like tools like Xamarin, React Native, Unity, Kotlin, Flutter, they're all in that category and they're great. You know, as a developer, that's what I navigate to, are these type of tools that where I write the code once and then it generates the whatever's needed to go out to the deployment. Same idea here with Reach. It's a cross blockchain platform tool. And the way it works is this: you've got a JavaScript like code over there on the right for the back end. And that's what puts the pedal to the metal. It generates and deploys and interacts with all of the blockchains. And then on the left, you have the front end, which is your user interface. It does things like creates accounts. It has method logics, which will be called from the back end, as well as some blockchain specific code. If you want to say, okay, I only want this one little piece to be for Algorand and everything else, you know, for any other chain. Compile it, you run it, and it runs on a blockchain. So I have a game here I'm going to show you here, the More game. I used to play this in the backyard. My parents used to play this in the backyard and at all the family events. So you basically throw out fingers to an opponent and say I throw out 2 fingers and the opponent throws out 3. If I guess 5, you know, you yell the name out, the total at the same time, then I would win, you know, and if you don't guess it, it keeps going until you get a winner. That's the idea of the game. So let's bring that up. And the first step you want to do is initialize you want to initialize the back end and front end, right? So Reach run, we'll go ahead and do that. And you can see there, this is hello world. If you do run reach init, that's exactly what we're going to get. And I've got these 2 files up here that it created, right? So the MJS file here is the front end, and this is going to get the standard library from Reach. So you have all those functions. So you can see here, I've got a parsing a currency. Now this could be 100 and it parses out and gets evaluated to the blockchain you're deploying to. So in the case of Ethereum, it'd be 100 ETH. If it's algos, it'd be 100 algos. And then you have, I'm going to create a new test account here with that starting balance. I'm going to deploy it to the back end for Alice, and then I got Bob's going to attach to that. And here's where Alice and Bob are defined right down there. And then we have that done. Now on the back end, this is simply where you have all the logic for the back end purposes. And this is where you give the participants that are involved, and then you deploy it. Very, very simple. So now if I take a look at the next step and actually do some game logic, I'm going to go to so I'll run this. And then we have Alice shoots 0 fingers. Bob Alice guesses 0. Bob shoots 0. Bob guessed 2. Actual fingers thrown 0. So Alice wins, and they both see that outcome. So let's take a look at that code, what that looks like. So let me go over here. So again, on the front end, this is where we start putting some logic. So here I'm just doing a limited test. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to allow you to go up to 2 fingers, right? 0, 1, or 2. These are the results. Bob wins, Alice wins, and then this is the guess, which is going to be the total of the both of them. So that's my array. Then I have just a simple mathematical random function here that's involved, and I'm going to return the number of fingers from that. And then this is the guess. So the guess is going to take the fingers as an argument, because if I've already thrown 1 finger, I'm not going to be guessing 0. I'm going to take 1 finger plus whatever I think the opponent's going to be throwing. And then you have to see the winning, and then you see the outcome. And then here you can actually see that this is going to be our back ends that get applied. Now on the Reach file, This is where you define the front end interface that we just looked at, right? With the parameters that are involved. So really just the interface. Then you have a basic for both A and B, both of these participants. We're going to go ahead and come up with the fingers that are involved and the guests that's involved on each of these. And then we're going to publish those to the database, or publish those to the database, to blockchain. And then Bob goes ahead and does the same thing. Well, the problem with this, and then we have the logic, right, for the game down here. So that's the type of things that goes in here. So one of the problems with this is Bob would have the unfair advantage because Alice is publishing her fingers first, right, in the time sequence. Now, the game is supposed to go at the same time. So basically, you want to hide those, right, at first. So that's where we start leveraging some more of the features of that's available in Reach. And if you take a look at what's going on behind the scenes, if you look at this build, for example, this is what gets generated when I run Reach Run, or do Reach Run. And if you scroll down to this a little bit, now you'll see some teal that gets generated down below, as well as the code that's used for Ethereum. So here is the algo code. So this is all the teal, right? And there's a bunch of it in here. And you get down to the next section. All right, I'll minimize this, and there's Ethereum, and then you come down, you can see the other ones. So lots of goodness there magically. All right, so let's go over to the final demo here, and that is being able to do this with a few more of the features. All right, so here's the front end once again. Now we're going to do this full bore with 5 fingers being available. So your guests would be up to 10. We're also going to build in things like random timeouts. You have to accommodate timeouts because it's not like a website where you go to a website and leave it alone, you come back, it's still there. I mean, the blockchain continuously evolves. And so you've got to be able to be prepared for things like what happens if, the person drops out of this. Are their monies tied up? Do they get refunded? That's the kind of thought process you got to start going through. And the way you do that is through asserts. And we created a few more methods. We got the wagers now. We're going to, put a little money in the game here, and then print off the balances and things like that. Now on the back end, what you can see here is a bunch of asserts, and these asserts will provide proofs and will provide audits for you. And be used by auditors. And this is a very important thing. It looks for, ways to break the program, basically. And here you do using for all. This is all combinations. Somebody's got to win eventually, right? And so you give all combinations of figures and you run it through your program, and somebody's got to come out a winner. And also here's an assert for a draw, right? If both guesses are the same by each player, it's going to be a draw no matter what the fingers are, right? And then you have what I talked about was hiding, right, the fingers. So this is the interact method, right, that calls it on the front end. There is a little bit of a log here. You can actually print values off. You'll see that in a second. And then here is the make commitment that will store this off and make this a private information. And then this facilitates the timeout where you have a deadline there, 30, for example, and then everything will wind back to the way it was. So basically what's going on is an atomic transfer under the covers. Unknowable, so this is key. Bob does not know the values of Alice, but Alice does know the values. So that's all part of the equation. And then you come down here and you go ahead and run this. So let's do a reach run here. And this should do it. And so now this game is going to play, and I want to show you something here. When it comes down to the wager at the very end, right now you can see here, it's going to keep looping now until we got a winner, and we got a winner right off the bat. So there you have it. This was the value I printed off from the back end. So you have that capability to do that. But let's try something here like this. Let's do a transfer of 1. Rather than both of those. Each one is putting like 5 algos into the system. And if I do a reach run here, what you can see here is I've got this going, and it's going to fail on those asserts. and it's going to say, okay, you've got a problem here. You know, there is a balance zero at application exit should be what is happening, and it's not. There's still left funds in there, and this is a problem with smart contracts today on the blockchain. You may have heard about, funds were lost, and that's, some of them are because it was a bad smart contract. And so this is something you really got to pay attention to, and Reach takes care of this for you, which is beautiful. And if I were to do 3 here, it would give me the same problem. So that is the lay of the land. And then also you have now the ability to have, a front end, maybe in Python or something like that. So, and this is going to actually use remote procedure calls. And you could see that for each one of those functions we had directly against STD Live for JavaScript local. Now you can call those out with other languages. So in any event, let's get back to the deck and summarize and wrap up here. I know we're just about out of time. Ryan, I appreciate you taking care of the question queue. Make sure you sign up for our developer newsletter. Really great content coming out every week on that. Great community projects. Take a look at our dev portal on that and go down to the community section. Also, we have a lot of bounties and grants by the Algorand Foundation. The foundation is a separate company from Algorand Inc. that Ryan and I work for. The Algorand Foundation is a group that's responsible for token economics. And so go out to Gitcoin and do a search on the projects for the Algorand Foundation. I'll have a link for the deck here in a second. Also, we have a ambassador program with over 500 ambassadors. If you're interested in becoming an Algorand ambassador and got over 66 countries, Stephen at Algorand Foundation will be your key there. Upcoming, I got a little bit more on the demo I'm going to be showing on Reach on Tuesday. And we have the latest and greatest in PyTeal we're going to demo. So it's kind of an unplugged session there with no PowerPoints, and we're just going to do some code. So we have this developer office hours every other Tuesday. And then these are really great. I'll let you go ahead and take a picture of this. Our dev portal, and then also the Discord server. You definitely want to join that. That is where you want to go ahead and do. But the most important one is this QR code. That's the deck, right? And it's got all the links that you just saw. So the PowerPoint there is on the right, or it's a 3 small j, big C, small rest of the letters G, B, and H. That's good. I hate when it's got like a 0 or an O in there. You just never know what it's going to be. So you got our YouTube channel. You got the Reach Discord also is available for Reach content. The code I just showed you is up on the Algorand DevRel for the Reach Mora game. The rest is up on either the Algorand site or the Doc site and or the DevRel site. So one of those 3. In summary, we saw a lot of good use cases and capabilities through the blockchain. We have, a lot of great DeFi applications, but it's not just limited to DeFi. Putting things like copyrights on the blockchain, doing things like any supply chain solution, any solution that involves or needs an audit trail. These are all candidates for blockchain solutions. So some great innovations here, right? That we saw, and I hope I ignited, your lights, right? Your candles, and to get going and start digging into this. A lot of layer 1 capabilities, including smart contracts and atomic transfers and assets. We showed you some tools to get started with, as well as some actual code tools in action. The PowerPoint, once again, right down on here, Ryan, you could probably post that URL into the window if you haven't done that. And I think I want to thank everybody for attending, and the rest is just resources that we have available. So I'm going to go and end here and open up the mic for
Good stuff.
Brian. If you got any other comments, let me know.
Thanks, Russ. We had a handful of questions, took care of those in the chat window. So thanks everybody for asking questions there. Russ, excellent presentation.
Well, thank you very much. And thanks again for inviting me. Really appreciate it. Any other words from the organizers?
Thank you, Russell. This is awesome. So much great information. Makes me think of all the different things I want to start to build now. I'm definitely ignited.
All right, that's good. That's good. Accomplished. Mission accomplished. All right, cool. Please send me a link to the video, once you get that done. All right.
Absolutely.
And I think
Thank
we're
you
all
so
set.
much.
All right. All right, buddy. I'll sign off. Bye-bye. Take care. I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Russell.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan.
I'd like for us in the chat to speak a little bit about what ideas you have now watching that session. He blew my mind about all the amazing things that could be done with blockchain, things I hadn't even thought about. Pretty much he summed it up by saying that anything that needs an audit trail can be put on the blockchain. So think about it. He had given an example of supply chain. So things definitely that go from one country to another country, maybe information that has to be maybe something of manufacturing that needs approvals along the way to be able to keep track of all that, being able to tell at any point, did it pass phase 4 approvals and who's the one that approved it, being able to have that all on the blockchain. It allows us to have that extra security, that extra, I would say the whole chain kind of documented that could be referred to, and exactly what happened along the way and who was responsible for it along the way. So I'd love for you to add anything that you can think of into the chat so we could really brainstorm how else could we implement blockchain. One of the comments that I see definitely have interaction with the clients. I do see a lot of businesses today, especially here in South Florida, where there's a lot of interaction with an actual client, and the client has to approve something and come back. And definitely with a big client that has multiple divisions or multiple departments, there's a lot of disconnect about who was involved in each section, who was the one that actually, authorized maybe the visuals before the development started, or authorized, the actual purchase or the sign up of a service. And to have that documented on the blockchain, absolutely adding that security and adding that actual workflow that could be referred back to, I see that as an excellent way of implementing blockchain. I really encourage you to, think of other ideas. How else in your projects today on what you're developing, is there areas where maybe if all you're doing is putting different state information into a database or having, approvals logged on, a Google Doc or something, imagine how much more secure, how much more dependable, how much more accessed by the world it could be if it actually lived on the blockchain in itself. And a lot of the questions that I get from businesses today is, well, there are multiple choices in terms of the blockchain. Which one should we actually, work on, or which one should we be on? And I love how this platform Reach that he introduced allows a developer to create these systems that live on the blockchain without having to have that answered first, without having to have the decision of which blockchain, if you wanted to have it on Ethereum, it's totally up to you which one you want to choose, but the code you write it once and then deploy it on whichever one of the blockchains that you want to use at the end, or multiple if you so wanted to. And I think it really, could be defined by so many factors. Maybe if you are interacting or interfacing with other people that do have access or do have a preference of one of the blockchains, that's definitely something that you could refer to. Or if you have a brand new customer next quarter that prefers a different blockchain, your code will still work there too. I love that Reach platform and its ability to actually let you go ahead and expand and be more compatible with your other customers, your other preferences, anything like that. I'm looking at the comments, see if there's anything else that brainstorming session, any other ideas anybody else had. I really love for, these ideas to be ignited in you, where you could take this information that you heard today, the code samples that you saw, it's so much information that was given, and use it moving forward. I've been contacted by people as well about NFTs, and I love how easy it was to do with this platform. In Algorand, it allows us to go ahead and create the NFT simply by uploading assets, being able to, fill in a few fields, and everything is all set up and available to everybody. I feel like NFTs right now is so in demand. I've heard from artists and musicians as well that are interested in being able to create an NFT from their creative assets. So imagine how much, as a solution provider, as an actual technologist, these platforms make it easier for you to be able to actually do that, to be able to give somebody now a presence on the blockchain through NFT. That opens the doors to a much bigger audience. I'm looking in the chat, see if there's any other comments. Feel free to jot down anything additional that you want to mention. We're just about a minute away from starting our next session. What we have coming up for at 11:30 is our Internet of Things session. This is all about devices and smart devices. We're going to get started here in just a moment. And at 12:30, we're going to be talking about APIs and different things that are available to you to use in your software projects to really take it up a notch in terms of features, to really enhance it and allow additional functionality to be part of your application without as much work as you may have expected. And at 1:30, we have a gentleman from IBM that's going to be speaking. I can't wait to introduce him here this afternoon. And he's going to be talking about the economy of APIs, taking the technology that your company maybe have created already and putting it out as an API and allowing it to be revenue producing, something that you could actually have additional funds in your company or personally based on work that you've already done. And in this economy, we need all the different sources, multiple sources of income, they say. So we're going to be talking about that at 1:30, the economy of APIs. And at 2:30, we're going to be talking about CNCF, which is an open source platform, which allows us to go ahead and have access to so many tools to be able to enhance our software solutions, everything from DevOps tools, testing tools, API gateways, so many things. I can't wait to hear that session as well. All right, we're going to get started in about 1 minute here. I'm going to go ahead and put up our main slide and set up here, and we'll be started here momentarily. I can't wait for the next session. We're going to be talking about IoT. Hello and welcome. I'm going to go ahead and begin our IoT session. I have a guest that hopefully will be joining us here before the end of it. And I have so many amazing things to talk about with IoT. So first, I want to tell you a little bit about myself and my work in IoT itself. So I partnered up with Miami-Dade College to develop their IoT curriculum. They are one of the first facilitators here in South Florida that allows you to get certified in IoT, allows you to get an associate's degree in IoT. And FIU also allows us allows you to take it a step further and get a bachelor's degree focused on IoT. So there's so many amazing educational opportunities here in South Florida. As part of my training program, as part of the courses that I offered at Miami-Dade, it was everything from coding in Python to working with Arduino, working with sensors, and working with different devices. And at the end of the day, it was all about trying to create some new products, trying to really innovate, trying to be, I would say, a little bit forward thinking in terms of what devices could be developed and could be developed right here in South Florida. And just like everything that we're doing here at Ignite Innovation, it's all about trying to get you, the audience, to think about how you can step in this part of tech and really excel. I feel like technology is open to so many of us because of the fact that so much information is available out there. And IoT is one of those areas where there's tons of examples online, tons of tutorials, tons of websites, YouTube videos. If you want to learn how to make it, there's a place to make it as well. And we also have tons of meetups here in South Florida that have to do with hardware and actually building items and show and tells. So check out meetup.com if you're interested in South Florida to find out where you could actually get together with other maker enthusiasts, because when we get together in the same room, magic happens. Just everything that somebody builds wows the next person. It's like, whoa, what does that do? And to actually touch and feel something, it's just so much more gratifying than a software application that just makes a report at the end. So I'm going to jump into my presentation and talk about what exactly is IoT in case all of this is foreign to you, and kind of get you to think about how IoT could really be used to innovate and come up with something cool and exciting. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. So again, my name is Ibis Fonte. You can find out more about me in techibis.com. And I definitely have a fascination for IoT. And I think the most common experience people have with IoT are smart home devices. And so when people ask me, what is the Internet of Things? I tell them, it's the smartwatch that you're wearing. It's, a smart light bulb that you control from your mobile phone. It's, the Google Home or Amazon Echo that you can talk to out loud and be able to give it commands. It's that doorbell that you have on in front of your house that, sends you pictures every time that, Amazon leaves a package at your door. It's that automated vacuum cleaner that goes around your room, what they call the robot, and allows you to keep your household clean. Or even those Echo devices that allows you to communicate through the Amazon system to your friends and family and be able to have these video calls with them. All of these are Internet of Things devices. And in terms of business, an Internet of Things device is something that you could actually design and develop as something that you use to be able to have your product out there in the world. I kind of like describing Internet of Things as you're not sitting in front of a computer anymore. It's taking your tech, whatever your business does, and not requiring somebody to come and log into your company website and use your services that way, but instead it's finding a way for your services to be out in the life of the actual customers and clients that you want to use, that you are actually part of their everyday, that it's something that as they're living their life, walking through a building or, entering a warehouse or, using a vehicle, while they're doing their regular everyday life, that somehow your code, your technology is able to go and interact with them and allow them to have transactions that way. So I have a few toys here that I want to show you in terms of IoT. One of the first ones that got me excited was the Amazon Dash. Definitely, it's not something that today is very popular, but this is the Amazon Dash for chocolate because hey, all girls love chocolate. And pretty much it's an actual device that I could stick on in the hallway or at my front door, anywhere. And it allows me to go ahead and push a button whenever I want Amazon to send me another box of chocolates. I mean, a box of chocolates, yummy. So anytime that I am interested in getting a box of chocolate, as I'm walking past the hallway where I have this stuck on the wall, I hit the button and I know my order for chocolate has gone through. And in some areas like New York, this is something that in just a few hours it appears in your door. Sometimes it takes 2-day shipping, depending what the actual Dash button did. But these buttons existed for just about everything. I saw a Dash button that was something that was in the bathroom for toilet paper, so that if you do run out of toilet paper while you're using the bathroom or you're on your last row, you hit that button and it automatically connects to your Amazon accounts. It knows who you are because it's all set up. It knows your account and it adds toilet paper to your account and charges your credit card and starts the shipping process right then and there while you're still on the toilet. So it really is IoT, what's now technology, allowing a company to interact with their users while the user is living their life and doing their things. Amazon Dash was one of the early examples. One of my favorites as well, I'm a big fan of the Wyze company, so I have a Wyze Cam. And this is a camera that Wyze has developed, and there's now, 3 generations of this camera, and they have outdoor ones and movable ones. But these are cameras that allow now images and sound to be projected from this little device over to my cell phone or over to my code, and allows me to actually decide what to do in code based on that information. So again, this is now a processor in here connected to a camera, and it has a motion sensor, so I could set it to only send me pictures when something happened, when there's some kind of motion. It also has a microphone, so I'm able to actually say only when there's sound around, show me what made that sound, make the video turn on. So there's many different devices, all in a very small package. This is about the size of my hand, as you could tell. And it allows me to interface. It has a USB in the back, and I could go ahead and interface with it via code as well. It has Wi-Fi in it, so it connects to my Wi-Fi, and I could connect to it as an IP phone. So these toys and gadgets are some examples of IoT devices that are out there, but there's so many right now. One of my favorite pastimes is walking through Best Buy and going into their home automation section, because they definitely have a wide array of Internet of Things products. And I wind up, just looking at the back of the packaging. What does this do? How does it work? I Google it on my phone and look up, is this something I could add code to it, or is it just on an app? And it's just so exciting how many things now as a developer that I could do with my little hands as I code and interface with. And it really creates this whole opportunity of anything really is possible. And the most exciting thing about Internet thing is how huge it's about to be. I mean, if you think it's big now, it's about to explode. We're talking about by 2030, having 24 billion, that's billion with a B, 24 billion devices connected to the Internet. So imagine if you have devices at your home today, that's going to multiply, and your neighbors are going to have more devices, and in buildings, industrial devices, city utilities, all these different devices, all tied to Internet of Things. And as a company, if you're deciding, I got a website, I've got a mobile app, do I really need to have devices or not? Well, the truth is that IoT really is bringing in additional revenue. We're seeing an IoT revenue by 2013 of $1.5 trillion. So all this money is being generated by IoT devices. So if money is being made out there. Why not your company get a chunk of it? Why not step into the IoT world? And there's something very interesting about IoT devices is that convenience creates a little bit of loyalty. A lot of analyst reports have shown that, if I can order my chocolate with just a push of a button, why would I go ahead and actually drive down to Walgreens and get some chocolate? Why would I sit down on my computer and order some, online from Target or wherever it is that I want to order from? Why would I go through something that takes 8 steps when I have something right here that only takes 1 step? And so now when a consumer or a business client sees all these different choices, sometimes the most convenient choice is the most popular choice. So it really begs, for a thought, maybe having a device component to your software, a device component to your client offering may be beneficial and may be beneficial for long-term, especially for not only building revenue, but building those long-lasting relationships with your clients. So if you have an IoT idea and you just came up with something like, well, maybe I could do this or maybe I could do that, how do you know if this idea is good or not? There's this report that was published by Texas Instruments that said these are 3 things that you want to think of every time that you come up with an IoT idea. Number 1, does it add convenience? The majority of IoT devices is there for convenience. So you don't have to have a live person doing something. You don't have to have an extra person doing some calculations, some tallying. You don't have to have extra equipment or this big huge interface when sensors are so tiny. It really is, is this something that's adding convenience to a customer, to an end user, to a client? And that's the first thing you want to think of. Definitely this device is convenient. I could get my chocolate added to my order and shipped to my house right away. And when I want a chocolate fix, I get chocolate. That's very convenient. But think about, your client base. If you're a financial institution and somebody wants to figure out their balance right before, they leave the house to do a transaction, how can you make that more convenient for them and still be secure and still be available to them? So number 1 is, does it add convenience? And that's one of the first things you want to consider. And if it does make it more convenient, then yes, you have a good idea so far. The second thing you want to ask yourself is it accessible and easy to use for your target market? So if you have something, for example, that is maybe only for the elderly market or only something that small children are going to interact with, then a device that's really easy to use for those audience types is what's important, because you want to make sure, yes, the elderly can easily push a big white button. That's easy to do. But if it's something that I have to, in a doorbell, being able to touch these tiny small numbers, maybe that's not as feasible. So really think about who your target audience is and is it something that's accessible? If you have, for example, a product that's international and most of your audience is maybe in an area of the world like Haiti or Cuba where there isn't much internet connectivity, then maybe a smart device wouldn't be good for companies that's focused on those areas of the world where connectivity is an issue. So making it accessible is something that's important. And the third is the feasible. Is it something that makes sense? Is it something that's going to add to the experience or really create more trouble or more steps? So as you're validating your idea, it's really simple to figure out, is this idea something that you want to move forward to? Does it add convenience? Is it accessible? Is it feasible? And if your answer is yes to all 3 of those questions, then yes, you're good to go and you're able to move forward with this idea. So as a developer, what is it that you actually need to develop for IoT? So first of all, there's some kind of hardware, some kind of actual device in IoT. And then you add to that either your software logic or your software from your corporation, some kind of software from the cloud, or even an API interface. And this is an API that goes out and connects to other systems. And from those systems, you're able to then decide, hey, if I want to go ahead and have my IoT device connect to a bank to get a balance, for example. This would be done through a cloud server, maybe an API. If I wanted, for example, to just have an IoT device that counts as students come into a classroom, then that will be just logic, where I'm just adding 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 1 is 3, 3 + 1 is 4. So that will be logic that I'm adding. Another example of hardware is maybe a dentist office that wants to be able to track whenever somebody comes into the office, or maybe a doctor's office that wants to track the weight of each person as they come in. So that will wind up being where the weight is automatically calculated and it's recorded in a cloud server maybe, or recorded in a database somewhere. So you want to start with the hardware, then add either your logic, your corporate software, some kind of cloud server or API, and that kind of uses that information. So the hardware winds up being your input. Think of it, in the typical software case, having a keyboard is your input. They have to type some information, fill in some screens, and do some interaction with the keyboard. But in IoT, the keyboard is totally replaced by what the device is doing and what the device senses. So if your device is calculating weight, then that weight information is your input for your program. If the device is a camera that's counting as people come in, then that camera is your keyboard. That camera is your input to your actual application. So the actual hardware winds up being something that you want to go ahead and use as your input, and then use your code to take that input and do whatever logic, whatever processing from there. So I'm really excited about how, as a software developer, anything that you could conceive of, any kind of logic, winds up being a valid use case for this, a valid use case for what can be done with IoT. So it allows you to do basically everything that you could do on a website, you could do with an IoT device. The IoT device is on the internet and it's your input, and then your code runs, and your code usually is sitting on the cloud, so you have access to the whole rest of the internet. You could interface to your bank, you could interface to a purchasing software, an actual transaction, a credit card processing. Everything that's available in API is available through to an IoT application. So after you actually do your logic and you build your code of what you want to do with IoT, what is the output of your program? So the input is this hardware, but what's the output? And the output really could be multiple things. Your output could be a database to where you're storing information. Imagine a smart chair, for example, that wants to see how many people sit in a certain chair in a certain part of a stadium to be able to help with redesigning the stadium. Well, you could have a smart chair that records every time somebody sits in it, it then counts, oh, somebody else sat, now I'm going to add 1 to a certain number in the database. So it could be a smart device that all it does is the outputs to a database. It could be a transaction. Maybe as you're going into a parking garage, it knows based on IoT, it scanned your license plate and knows, oh, Ibis just came into the parking garage at 10:02, so I'm going to go ahead and start charging her for parking. So this is now a transaction where I'm actually having a financial interaction, all based on this IoT device. An IoT software could also have an output of a phone call or an SMS. Maybe if you have a motion sensor at home that helps you identify theft, you can set it up so that if there's any kind of motion in a certain area of your home during certain hours, that it automatically calls your phone or sends you an SMS text to let you know and alert you right away that something has happened in a certain area. So the output of an IoT program could be a phone call or an SMS. And lastly, another example is your output to an IoT program could be another piece of hardware, maybe a scanner that recognizes, oh, you're approaching, and it automatically turns on the lights to the room. So now your output of your code is that it actually talks to another IoT device and tells it to engage, tells it to turn on the light in this case. So there's many things that are possible in IoT, and as a developer, you could get really, really creative. What kind of APIs can I mix into this? What kind of logic can I put into it? And as an output, what do I want to do with this information now that I have it? So hopefully this kind of sparks all these new ideas in your mind about how to use IoT and how to actually move forward. So a lot of times when people create their first IoT device, they start with a prototyping system. And one of the prototyping systems that I encourage people to use is the Arduino Uno. And this is a very affordable device. It's only like 20 bucks on Amazon. And it allows you to now have a whole system to actually communicate with different sensors. So an Arduino is about the size of the palm of your hand. It's very small, and it has all these connectors on it. And with code, you go ahead and interact with this Arduino itself. And this is something that if you never worked with before, you could go ahead and in a weekend, go ahead and start creating things for the Arduino, because it comes with sample code, it comes with tons of tools, and there's so many videos online that you can build with the Arduino. And as a corporation, if you wanted to create a device for your audience, a lot of times you want to start with something very affordable, like this $20, Uno, to be able to do your prototyping and have a very low risk kind of situation. It really makes you think, nobody has an excuse anymore. Why not get into IoT when the risk is something that's only $20? I mean, it costs you less to order pizza for a Friday pizza day. So it really allows anybody to go ahead and try out an idea and try to build an application for IoT. One of the more, this is called a microcontroller, and one of the more advanced ones is the Raspberry Pi. And the Raspberry Pi really is much closer to an actual computer because it has all these USB ports. It connects right to an Ethernet. It lets you put in a micro SD card to be able to save memory on it. So it actually has a lot more processing power as well. Connectivity is easier because it does have the built-in Ethernet, and it really is a more powerful kind of device. And these are a little bit more expensive, the $60 on Amazon, but still $60 is nothing to be able to prototype an idea that might, actually bring your company into this future of earning money through Internet of Things devices. So what do you do with these devices? On both the Arduino Uno and the Raspberry Pi, you see all these little prongs on the actual device, and this is where you connect the different pieces to it. So a lot of the information about the, I would say, whatever device that they want to do. For example, in the case of this Wyze camera, they're combining a motion sensor, combining a microphone, and they're combining a camera, 3 pieces of sensor technology. And with this prototyping, you use these same prongs to test the combination of those same 3 devices. I could add to a Raspberry Pi a camera, I could add to a Raspberry Pi a motion detector, and add to Raspberry Pi a microphone, and write all my code for the camera that I want to design, and be able to actually create a prototype of it and see whether or not this is something that's going to work in my market, maybe even test it with some sample beta audience before we get into manufacturing of the devices. So when you want to prototype, you wind up with your actual Arduino or Raspberry Pi using a breadboard and connecting these different wires to create these combinations. So for example, I have a sensor here in red, and in order to see whether or not this sensor is giving me any information, I would connect it with these wires to certain parts of the Arduino Uno, and in my code, then I will be able to get input from this sensor. And so this winds up being the input to my program. And once I have this input, I'm able to go ahead and run any code that I write as a response to it. So I'm able to now prototype and combine different things, and it's very affordable. These different sensors sometimes only cost $1, $2, $5 max. So you're able to, try different combinations until you find and design your ideal IoT device. So what's the world of IoT? What are the different things out there, and how can you get more involved? So I have tons of different sensors I want to cover and kind of explain to you. And we use these in my classes at Miami-Dade College, and they advance throughout time, but really the functionality is the same. So I want to go ahead and show you what each one of these different sensors does, and really help you understand that just connecting one of these things to an Arduino is all you got to do to have that input, to have that information, to be able to write your code and invent your own device for your own business or your own invention for yourself personally, start a business. So I'm going to start at the very top and tell you what each sensor does. So this blue sensor here is a temperature and humidity sensor. So when I connect this to the Arduino or the Raspberry Pi, it will tell me what the current temperature is or wherever the device is located. It will also tell me how much humidity is in the area. And these are numerical numbers that I wind up having in my code. So all of a sudden I can use this in my if statements. I could go ahead and say, if the temperature is less than this, then, make sure that they get an SMS that says, hey, grab your sweater because the temperature is kind of nippy today. Some kind of interaction now with a human being that happens from a device that they never touched, they never did anything. They're just in the bathroom brushing their teeth and they get an SMS message saying, grab your sweater, it's kind of cold today. So you as a developer can write code based on what these inputs tell you. The next one here is a soil hygrometer. So this will tell me whether or not soil has gone dry or if it's still moist. So for example, if I had a potted plant, I would put this sensor into the potted plant and automatically then tells me that, hey, it's time to water my plant. It's starting to get dry. So my code then will get a notification whenever this has become dry. And then as a developer, I could then decide what do I want to do with that information. Maybe I want to send an SMS and tell somebody, hey, water the plant, it's starting to get dry. Or maybe I'm going to tell another hardware device. Maybe I have another IoT device, which is an actual water pouring device, that I tell that other IoT device, hey, start the water pouring now. And based on this sensor, I could tell, oh, I got too much water. Hey, stop pouring water. I got enough now. And I could go ahead and now communicate from one device to another. And the human is still in the bathroom brushing their teeth and doesn't know anything going on, but their plant is going to be healthy and living. So again, this is now a convenience feature because then they don't have to worry about whether or not they have to water the plant before they leave to work in the morning. So again, it's just a tiny little $2 sensor that tells you if the soil is dry or wet. And you as a developer can invent anything at all that you want to with that sensor. The third one is just a dial. So if you have something that you want to dial up or dial down that requires some kind of input, you want to use a dial. So something maybe a volume setting that you have a device that plays tones and you want to let them adjust the volume of it. Maybe you want to have a dial on there. So a dial again will give you numerical values into your code and you decide what you want to do with that. This sensor here is the IR obstacle detector. So it would actually tell me when there's something coming up that's in the way and allow my code to decide what to do. You may have noticed if you do have the iRobot vacuum cleaner around your house and the vacuum goes from one side of the room to another, but it recognizes when it gets to the floorboard at the end of the room and it knows, oh, something's there, I've got to turn around and go back the other way. So it uses this kind of a sensor and obstacle detector to know that there's something in the way and it needs to adjust. This sensor here is a temperature sensor. It doesn't have the humidity, it's just for temperature. And again, you use that in your code, however you want to, what you want to do based on the temperature value. If it's too cold, too warm, or just display the current temperature on the screen, totally up to you what you want to do with that. The next one is the ultrasonic module. And this really calculates distance and does it with sonar. So very similar to how bats calculate distance, that based on sound, they can know how long it takes for the sound to bounce back. And that's how far the wall is from what the current position is. So they're able to measure distance based on sonar. And this distance is something that you get in your code as a numerical value. As you go to the next row, these two devices here usually use them together as an RF transmitter and receiver. So a lot of times this is used to maybe create remote controls or something where one has to talk to the other, or maybe one device that is going to give an input to the second device as the output. So the transmitter and receiver is usually used as a set to send this RF signal. The next device here is an infrared flame detection. So it's usually used in like fire alarms and things like that. And again, in your code, you can decide what to do in the case of a fire. This is now life-saving code that you're creating, all based on having, a $20 hardware and a $2 accessory. It could save a life. So very impactful, absolutely. The next sensor here is the power supply that helps us to power up the Uno. And usually while you're developing, you use either your USB ports on your computer to be the power, or plugging it up to the wall. But when you have a device that you want to actually put out in the field, you usually have a battery pack instead, and that connects to this device as well. So either the wall or battery pack, you connect it here, and that's the one that powers the Arduino. The next one is a speed sensor. So it will tell you whatever is holding your IoT device, how fast it's moving. So imagine the sensors, there's so many sensors in a driverless vehicle. And one of the sensors on a driverless vehicle is a speed sensor, and it allows us to find out, well, what is the current speed of the vehicle? The next one here is a barometric pressure sensor, and not only will give you a numeric value of the barometric pressure, but we could use that value to figure out the height of the device. So I could tell whether or not your device is currently, 3 feet above sea level or 3,000 feet above sea level. Definitely values that you get from the barometric pressure sensor. The third row, this item here is a Wi-Fi device. So if you want to have Wi-Fi on your Arduino, you just need to have this sensor on it. And imagine once you open it up to Wi-Fi, then it's able to communicate, send information, and get information as well from the whole web, anything from the cloud, any data, any API, all accessible through this Wi-Fi unit. The infrared sensor here is to detect motion, and this one kind of looks like a turtle shell, so I always like playing with it in my hand. It really is a sensor that all it does is it could tell if there was motion in the area. So there is one of these infrared motion detectors in my little WISE camera that allows the camera to know, oh, something moved in here. Let me go ahead and snap a picture of who it is that's in the room. We have a mic as well. A mic is also inside of my WISE unit. This is the mic sensor here you could play with. The next one is a gas sensor, and this sensor can detect multiple types of gas, anything from IPG, butane, propane, methane, alcohol, hydrogen, smoke. All these different types of gases can be identified by this device. I've seen it used for things from like alcohol measures that people use to be able to tell if somebody is drunk or not, to an actual fire alarm kind of devices know, hey, is there fire? Is there some kind of gas leak in the kitchen? This sensor will be able to tell as well. Again, another $2 device that could save lives. So it's so exciting to work with these devices. We have one more row of fun things here. This is a 5-channel relay, and it's used to be able to control appliances. So imagine connecting the appliances to IoT devices and controlling them as well. This is the humidity and rain detection. So you could have it outside and it knows if it started raining. So maybe you have, some kind of a door that protects your valuables outside. And when it starts to rain, you want it to automatically shut that door so that those items don't get wet. This is something you could do with the rain detector sensor. Buzzard, the buzzard plays actual buzzing sound, and you're able to actually give it a tone. So, it could be like a silly little, I'm trying to think of that instrument that people have at ball games, but pretty much where you hear different tones, it almost sounds like a song, but it's not like music, it's not clear, crisp music notes, but it actually is different tones that you could actually use. And in my Girls Velvet classes, and also with Girls Who Code, the high school girls, we were able to put like whole songs on the buzzard, and you'll be able to actually hear the rhythm and everything. Photoresistor is a light sensor. It knows when the lights go on, it goes ahead and calls you a code. So you can say, okay, when the lights go on in the room, then I want to open the blinds as well. Or when the lights go on, go ahead and turn the AC up to a certain temperature. You decide your input here will be a light sensor, and then you could invent anything you want to do once the light comes on. And then the last device here on my list is a motion sensor with vibration. And this is something that allows me to be able to recognize if something is shaken or if vibrated, and or just lift it out of the way. So for example, for a bicycle, if you want to say, if anybody steals my bike, I want to be able to get a message right away, you could go ahead and set your IoT device on your bike, and it will know that when there's motion, you'll get a message, and then you'll be able to know, is that me that's moving my bike, or is somebody just grabbed my bike? So it actually, detects whether or not something is being moved completely. And it also helps me know whether or not something is shaken. For example, I have some apps on my phone that ask me to shake my phone. So, there are multiple sensors inside of your smartphones today. So when you code smartphone applications, it uses sensors similar to these here today. Other things not shown here, there's also a color sensor where I have a sensor that could look at an object to have something in front of it, and based on the color of the item in front of it, it has a code. So I say, if red, then stop. If yellow, slow down. If green, go ahead and accelerate. So these are items that I could actually have as part of my device as well. I also usually have LEDs, and LEDs are like tiny little light bulbs that you connect to these devices, and your code then could determine, hey, if the light sensor says that the light has been turned off, then let's turn on the little LEDs as, night lights that go up down the hallway and help them actually navigate through the hall. So based on the light sensor, you could use the LED and turn them on and off in your code. And there's also a big popularity right now with biometric devices. Well, these little devices where it will recognize your fingerprint and know whether it's really you, or based on your heart rate or your muscle movement, anything about your body, it's able to use that as input. And that's really useful for devices that are geared towards the disabled, or where they can't really, hit any buttons themselves, but based on winking or some other movement of the arm, being able to use that muscle movement to be able to then take some action. And then another one that's not shown here is servos. And servos is like a motor, and it's usually used to control like a wheel in a car or a propeller of a drone. And the servo is part of what you can add to these devices as well. So imagine now, instead of just a keyboard as input, you have this whole wealth of the world of sensors, and this is just one small snippet of it. There's so many more sensors that I haven't even mentioned. But with all these new input options, everything from temperature, whether or not there's humidity, whether or not the light was turned on, whether or not it's proximity to a wall, whether or not everything from the temperature, the speed of a device, all these things now combine to any creative idea that you may come up with. Something really cool that I saw on YouTube was a gentleman that his dryer, whenever he puts something in the dryer, he likes to pull it out right away. But the dryer has like a little buzzer sound that says ding when it's done, that he couldn't hear it from upstairs where he usually is. So he created an IoT device that he actually just sits it on top of his dryer. And so the dryer, while it's working, it's actually shaking, and there's a lot of movement. But the second the dryer is done, then it stops. And so he wrote code that says, when the movement is 0, when there's no more movement, send me a message upstairs. And so he gets an SMS message through his Wi-Fi, and he's able to actually get a notification that, hey, the dryer just finished. And so now he added convenience to his life with this IoT device and something that he built himself. So many possibilities here. Hopefully I've created a little bit of intrigue, a little bit of thought process in your mind about how you combine these to something creative. So I want to play a little innovative game, and I want to ask for your participation. So everybody on the chat, I want you to kind of jump in. And what we're going to do is we're going to throw out some ideas based on industry. If all you had was the different sensors that we talked about, the temperature sensor, the power supply, the RF transmitters, all these different sensors that we talked about today, how can you combine them to do something in each of the industries that is part of this? So I created a little wheel that we're going to use in this game. And in this wheel, I have gone ahead and added different industries. And so I'm going to challenge you that when I spin the wheel, it's going to give us the name of a different industry. And for this section, I want to do this brainstorming where throw out ideas in the chat. How can this industry use an IoT device? And it could be crazy out there, futuristic. It could be something that already exists. It doesn't matter. I just want to kind of get your thought process going of how can IoT really build, how could it actually relate to the world today? So I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel. Let's see. Communications. All right, so we have communications on the screen. I'm challenging you in the chat to go ahead and let me know what it is that you see in terms of communications. How can IoT really work in that area? How can IoT help people in communications? What kind of devices could combine any of these different sensors that we talked about to service something in communications? One of the ideas that comes to my mind is bulletin boards. There are bulletin boards that announce things. For example, in the mall, as you're walking through the mall, there's these big digital signage, and it tells you that there's a sale at Macy's, and check out this new product that came out at Urban Outfitters, or whatever the sign may be. I could see a motion sensor maybe as part of communications there, where that digital signage knows, hey, when this person came up, I'm able to now show a special offer because they are there in front of me. Or, maybe it could actually tell if it's a man or a woman, so it knows, hey, it's a man, so let me go ahead and show these sneakers and this amazing wallet sale that's at a certain store, versus if it's a woman, maybe show a fashion or a handbag instead. So I feel like in communications, an actual sensor and a digital signage will be my example. I'm looking in the chat, see if you guys have any other ones. All right, let's go ahead and spin the wheel again. Come on, I want you guys to really brainstorm here. Think of some cool ideas. Oh, we got communications again. Let's try to get a different one this time. Manufacturing. That is an amazing one for IoT. There are so many robotics in manufacturing today. Like I'm thinking a car manufacturing line and all these robotic arms that put on the doors to the car, the wheels, and everything that's in manufacturing really is this huge series of sensors. There's servos that actually make the arms go down and up. We have what senses whether or not something has the color of it, does it need paint or not in manufacturing, then it does something in the code. Maybe based on the weight, it could tell whether or not the molding was successful or if it's not a good quality based on the weight of it. Maybe the temperature, if it's too warm, maybe it wound up not being welded correctly. So I could see multiple sensors in manufacturing. You guys have any ideas on the chat? Go ahead and throw them in here. This is a fun game. I'm getting you to think how to put IoT into different industries. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and spin. This is a brainstorming game. Come on, guys. Well, let's see what we get. Smart cities. Definitely Miami was one of the participants in a big smart city initiative. And Miami wound up putting in a lot of smart devices that help with utilities. So the water that comes to your home, the power that comes to your home, a lot of times the central station for them have actual information about what is the usage of your water, what is it that is the amount of power that goes through. If there's an actual outage where water is no longer flowing in that area, it automatically then lets the city official people know. So smart cities is definitely something that has the IoT potential, and there's stuff happening right here in our community, so that's very exciting. I see a comment on the chat from Dreads as he says, measuring when things go wrong, perhaps something that would measure excess vibration of machines to know when maintenance is required. Absolutely. I could imagine several different things that when they misfire, definitely there's a lot of vibrations there that aren't expected. So that's definitely something that we could do in IoT. Tell when something is misfiring, tell when something is broken, and then alert somebody, or even take some corrective measures with other hardware as output as well. So many possibilities there in smart cities. All right, let's see what industry is next. You ready? Come on, it's a brainstorming game. Go ahead and brainstorm some ideas here. Medical. Oh, this is a good one, medical. Off the bat, when I think of medical, I think of a lot of elderly care, especially here in South Florida where everybody comes to retire. So a lot of devices that will help people communicate. For example, a button that people wear. We've seen that in the commercials. I've fallen, I can't get up. That when they fall down, they hit this button, and through the Wi-Fi, it's able to go out and communicate with somebody. Also, some of them are connected to cable antenna, the cell phone antennas. So no matter where you are, if there's Wi-Fi or not, you're able to use your little button. Another thing that I've seen in medical devices is sensors for maybe an IV unit that it could tell when the IV bag is almost empty. And it uses that sensor to be able to tell, hey, nurse, you need to put a new IV bag because this one's almost empty. Another sensor, weight sensors, definitely when you go to a medical appointment, they usually weigh you. So there's IoT devices involved with that as well. They have Wise, which is the company that made my little camera. Wise also has a smart scale that connects to your phone so that we have a log of all your weights. And that's useful for maybe somebody elderly that's not very agile, that can't bend down to see the number, or somebody with mobility issues or disabled. They stand on it and look at their phone, and right there they see the actual results of the scale. So that's IoT device, communicating and measuring as well. Let's see, I have some other ideas here. Oh, there's a comment about foot traffic. Perhaps the gauge to the amount of foot traffic a place or event, either motion or a strip that measures foot traffic. And then the calm people that know how many are there and how they spend their money. Absolutely. Another comment is about biofeedback. I see it says, I love biofeedback in IoT. It's perfect for especially continuous monitoring and not so invasive, like build a sensor into clothes. Absolutely. A lot of times these sensors that are into clothes that are built for medical devices can give you preventative information. For example, I've seen some devices that are built that will let somebody that has epilepsy know before they actually start their shakes that an onset of the symptoms is about to come. So that gives them enough time. If they're driving and the sensor says, hey, you're about to have an epileptic attack, they know, oh, I better go ahead and pull to the side of the road and call for some help before my shakes begin. And that preventative information winds up, being able to save a life as well. Oh, the Fitbit, that's a good one. The Fitbit is definitely a medical device for IoT that's very popular right now. It's able to measure how many steps you take. It's able to tell your blood pressure, oxygen levels, all this medical information about your health. Also, that can be used to be able to tell you whether or not you have any health issues. It's something definitely that can be used to help a doctor diagnose as well. So a Fitbit is a great device as well. And you can set up to share with your family members, so that way, you kind of keep tabs on each other. So that's helpful. All right, the spin the wheel medical was a good one. Let's see what comes next. Oh, we did manufacturing already. Let's spin it one more time. Let's not do any repeats. Logistics. So logistics, I'm thinking, 18-wheelers, the Amazon trucks, that kind of industry. So with logistics, I could definitely see, if I'm thinking of like an Amazon truck, that it could tell when the truck is reaching the actual warehouse that it lets people know, hey, truck number 5278 just got here, and it allows them to go ahead and start getting all the pallet together of all different boxes that's going to go in that truck. So it allows the people inside to be able to start taking action before he even maneuvers and parks his way into the dock. They already have all the stuff to kind of get loaded and get ready for him. So logistics is a big plus there. In the chat, come on, I'm encouraging you to come up with some ideas. Another area with logistics is a lot of times people aren't at the actual place. So for example, if you own a company that, you're at the mall and you're selling makeup, for example, you want to know if your, brand new set of sponges have arrived from China, but you're miles away from the actual port where a ship came in with this, big old crate full of these sponges that you ordered. So definitely having sensors that will detect whether or not the arrival of a product is there, whether or not the ship has come to the dock, maybe even a weight sensor that could tell whether or not, that container that you've ordered has been placed in the space that you have saved up or that you own on the dock. Then oh, there's something now installed in that spot and it's been now delivered and off of the ship. So being able to take now the status of your own logistics and moving of your product and know step-by-step where it's at because of these sensors. So that's a good one. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and spin one more time. Okay, here's the last one. Science. So in the world of science, where can you use IoT devices? Now, we definitely see lots of science in terms of, the stuff that's happening today with the coronavirus and people getting vaccinated, people getting their information in terms of whether or not they currently have COVID or not. I believe that we could definitely have better science as to being able to communicate whether or not you've been vaccinated, to be able to go on an airplane. So when you get on an airplane, they want you to show whether or not you've been vaccinated if you want to go to a certain country. And right now, our method is all using this little tiny, white card that we were given. And maybe, a paper card isn't quite 2021. I mean, I've seen a lot of other countries that have more sophisticated QR code readers and stuff like that. So instead of this little card, what if, we had where science could actually have an IoT device that would let me know, oh, this person did already get their vaccination. Maybe something that could sense it in your body and you don't have to have the card anymore. I know something related to that convenience of being able to prove without having to do the whole thing of pulling out a little card and try not to get it bent and try not to get it all ruined. Another idea in science is that definitely a lot of steps during a hypothesis, when you go ahead and try to prove it and you want to prove a theory, you've got to go through and kind of give, different buttons along the way of, is this something that weighs a certain weight? Maybe is it moist or is it dry? All these different sensors that allow me to tell whether or not, the actual components of my experiment are at a certain state along the way. So I can see a combination of different IoT sensors all related with science. And in mechanical science, I see pulleys and levers, being able to use servos to be able to have that movement of the lever, or that only when there's somebody actually opens the door, the lever goes off and that pie goes and shoots over to their face. So a combination of being able to use these different servos to be able to recognize movement as well. So I think that applies in science. I see a comment in the chat. It says IoT for science is everywhere. Earthquake monitoring. That's a good one, definitely. When the device sees motion for the earthquake, that maybe you get an SMS to let you know. Maybe people are traveling and I'm in a whole nother state. I want to know what's my house in the area where the earthquake was actually noticed, and these devices will tell us right away. Air quality monitoring. There are a lot of government entities are putting money into air quality devices. For example, in the news, I read about the United Kingdom having a big air quality initiative where it went through the entire city, different regions, and placed these sensors so that from the central government buildings, they're able to measure how is the air quality in different parts of the country. So this information definitely is being gathered by science as well. And it's an example of IoT being part of science. I got a couple examples more in the chat. Planet Watch, and that's a company that's using devices to measure air quality, absolutely. And and they actually store the data of the air quality on the Algorand blockchain. So we're just talking about that blockchain. So being able to have this log of information and have it in the blockchain to make it credible and something that we could refer back to. So a lot of combination now of IoT and now using the blockchain as well. So imagine as we go through and talk about IoT overall, and I'm going to go back to the slide here. IoT really allows us to come up with what is it that we are building and what is it that we want to do with these IoT devices. And as a company, you really have the option of, doing a prototype, combining all these different sensors and seeing if this code is something that your customers want. Is this something that would actually work? And as a developer, you could write code to be able to now use these new inputs and write code that will actually create some kind of interaction, some kind of result because of it. The next one is that we're going to get hardware manufactured. And number 3 is the third step, that once you have something that actually works, something that your customers are actually happy about, this is something that's actually going to be produced by your company, you want to go out to a hardware manufacturer that will actually create the device for you. So for example, in the case of the Wyze camera, they didn't need that whole big microcontroller. They didn't need 26 different sensors. They just have 3 sensors: motion sensor, microphone, and camera. So they were able to get now a smaller board developed that only has those 3 connections, because that's all that they needed in here. So to have that board created, you want to use an actual manufacturing facility. The same company that builds the Arduino Uno offers to businesses that they will build your custom board as well. You tell them what you need on the board and they will build it for you. And the best part about using those kind of manufacturing facilities is that they go through all the government requirements to make sure that it passes the safety standards and that you're allowed to introduce it into the market. So all the hard stuff they take care of for you by creating now a custom board with just the stuff that you have now proven in your prototype that you need for your application. So then while you go out and have 100 of those boards made, you could then figure out, well, what's the actual casing, the plastic all around my IoT device going to look like? So I've seen the use of 3D printing to be able to come up with the different casing, the stands, what's the joints, all this information about what is the actual outside of it is something that you would do outside of the actual board manufacturing process. So in the case of the actual Amazon Dash, they had to come up with whether or not it had square corners or rounded corners, what's the size of the button. So all this part here is another portion of you coming up with what's going to enclose around your little board that's inside of the unit, the IoT unit. And it's very simple to be able to print something in IoT, put your board inside of it, print it on a 3D printer. And with a 3D printer, you have, an actual hand case that you could touch and see whether or not your board fits in there. Is this going to be big? Oh, we need a little taller. Let's print out another one. And 3D printing is pretty affordable to where you could do this experimentation, these cycles, until you get just right the kind of casing that makes sense for your IoT device. Then once you actually prototype the right casing, you got to go out and make 100 of them somewhere. So you have an actual company and manufacturers that they use mold injection at that point, but you have an actual look and feel that you've agreed on. And then once you finish with that, you want to beta test it, make sure that it works out in the market and that your customers love it, get some feedback of how to improve it, maybe make a roadmap for the future development. And then lastly, release the product. So altogether, these are the 7 steps for going to market with IoT. And I really encourage you that if your company where you work or the products that you build yourself are all software-based, try to think about how it is that you can incorporate some hardware into it. How can you turn this into an IoT project? Because there's going to be lots of people wanting IoT products in the future. They are already today. There are lots of money being made today on IoT products, and lots more money, $1.5 trillion being made by 2030 in IoT products. So maybe you want to get in on that. Maybe you do want to think about how you can get involved with IoT yourself. So any other questions on the chat, let me know. We're just about the end of this session. Thank you so much for listening to this IoT speech. I'm excited about you delving into IoT. And if you have any questions that I can answer, please feel free to reach out. I'll be happy to help you out. I'm looking for really seeing a big boost of IoT devices from the South Florida region. Come on, people, we could build amazing things here. I can't wait to see what you come up with. All right, so the next section here, we're going to be jumping into APIs for the next section. There's going to be 2 speakers, and the first speaker is going to be just an application of what it is that can be done with APIs. And the second is going to be more geared towards what exactly is the economy behind the API. So we're going to just set up here for about 30 seconds. Feel free to speak up on the chat meanwhile. Hello and welcome. I'm Ibis Arastia. I'm here for Ignite Innovation. I'm so excited that you're here. I'm hoping to ignite some new ideas in your mind about how to take innovation to the next level in your projects. Our agenda for today, we've gone through a few speakers already, really exciting. We started off with blockchain. We had Russ talking about Algorand and really learning about all the different ways that blockchain could really take a role in our software development. Then we went to IoT next, talking about IoT devices, different kind of sensors, prototyping, allowing you to really get your hands into IoT sooner than later. It's something that costs very little, and there's so many things that are possible, and hopefully that was very apparent from that session. So I'm very excited about having you here for that. The next 2 sessions are going to be API related. At the beginning, I'm going to share just a little bit about what I've used in terms of API, and then we're going to go ahead and pass it over to a gentleman from IBM that is going to talk to you about how companies that partner with IBM are using the API economy to really turn their code that they've already written, stuff that technology has been built by them, and share it with the world in a way that allows them to make funds, actually generate income, all from their own software development. So there's a whole strategy behind that, getting it right, having the right security, and he's going to be telling you exactly the formula to be able to be successful in that area. And then at 2:30, we're going to be talking about open source and CNCF. So please stay tuned for that. It's an amazing session, and we'll be getting started with that here momentarily. All right, so we're going to jump into APIs, and I'm going to share with you a little bit about APIs that I've used and what an API actually can do for you. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. And the world of APIs is definitely multiple options in terms of there's a whole world out there of APIs. So I'm excited about you delving into it if you haven't already. So I used to call API free code that's out there. And it's not always free. Some of them are behind actual service plans you have to pay a monthly fee for. But for the most part, it's code that's already written. So code that's already written out there that you could add to your products. So I like to encourage people, what is it that you can add as a feature to your product that will make you stand out from your competitors, make you something that your customers want even more, allow you to now be more effective in your business because of the fact that you have an API incorporated with it. All right, so once again, I'm Aida Sfonte, and I think it's very effective to be able to talk about what types of APIs really can help you and how to use it. So one of the ones I've been using most recently for my clients is a QR code generator. And I'm going to go in and kind of show you some of the code and some of the functions available into it. But let me explain first what it is. So it's an API. And if we go back to what exactly is an API is like code that's already out there that's written that you could connect to your application. So there's code out there about other web apps, there's code out there about vehicles, there's code out there for enterprise, there's code out there for mobile devices, there's code out there for all these sensors with IoT devices, there's code out there for wearable devices, for TVs, games, and then tons of code out there for just about anything you could come up with. So if there's code already out there written, then your company doesn't have to write it all from scratch, meaning that what would have been a 6-month, 1-year project all of a sudden could become something much smaller because of the fact that you're taking advantage of other people's code, other people's information, and incorporating it into yours. So what is the kind of information that you can incorporate? So a lot of times, if you do have, for example, a display device that's out there to the public, having a QR generator allows you to now take information that's real time and be able to say, okay, this is now a new URL maybe that was just generated real time, and I need to communicate it out to the public using QR code. And I imagine, I think I'll go back to the example I mentioned earlier today about digital signage in the mall. So if I have a digital signage in the mall and there's a brand new sales page for JCPenney, they have brand new sales, a brand new page that didn't exist until 5 minutes ago. And I want to be able to show information about this page and a QR code at the bottom. I can use an API and send it not only the URL for this page, but also send it information about that, the fact that it's JCPenney, the JCPenney logo, and this API code is already written out there, already available to you, can go ahead and create dynamically a QR code, create automatically something that has the Target logo on it, and allow you to be able to show this on your digital signage. So a QR code that's created on the fly right then and there and allows you to display it. A lot of the code that I'll be showing to you today is going to be through Rapid API, and Rapid API is a tool that allows you to kind of a one-stop shopping for APIs is what I would call it. And it really allows me to see multiple APIs and kind of all the information about it, documentation on it all in one spot. So this is one of the areas where I have used the QR reader before. Let's go ahead and pull it up here. So in terms of each one of these, there's different companies that do QR code, but they are a little bit different. So this one, for example, is a QR code with the logo. This one is just a QR code with different styles and some images. So each one is a little bit different. And when I hover over each one, it will tell me exactly what are the different commands that the API will support. So for example, as a developer, if I wanted to use this certain QR creator, I could go ahead and post an image. So I'm saying, okay, here's the JCPenney logo, go ahead and use that. I go ahead and have it create a transparent QR code for me. It goes ahead and creates any information that I need. This one, for example, has, again, one call is all it has. One call, it creates a QR code. And so I'm able to now, in my code, call this like a function call almost. I'm going to connect to their website. I'm going to go ahead and initiate and do a post or a get in this case, and be able to send information, sending the image, sending the URL, and it goes ahead and replies back to my website and says, here's the image. And I have the image right there all ready for me to show on the screen. So again, I didn't have to write code to generate QR codes myself. I have a tool that makes QR codes right there available for me. So using this kind of tool will help you enhance your application. If there's something definitely that's display-based, something that people want to come up and scan, I could think maybe like a subway system. Oftentimes, the subway system has information that it is changing, maybe an advertising wall on a subway station. And while people are standing there, they see your ad and it needs to have a QR code there at the bottom. Well, as the actual ads change, it could dynamically create the QR code for each one of the different ads, and it would change automatically and show you the latest QR code at the bottom. And anybody standing there at the subway can just pick up their phone and go ahead and scan what it is that QR code is and see everything on their phone and say, ooh, look at that product, and it's only $19.99. So a QR code is one of those APIs that I feel like any business can use. And I picked like my 10 favorite that really do come in handy. The second one is the social media ones. So I've used Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. They all have a different API, but it's very similar to where you could go ahead and based on a certain account. So based on the Twitter name or their Facebook name, Instagram name, you could go ahead and say, give me all the posts from this person. Or you could follow a certain hashtag and say, is there any hashtag, any post today using this hashtag? And it will go ahead and reply and give you all those posts. Or even if you just want mentions of your business name, anytime anybody mentions my business name, I want to go ahead and get a report of all those mentions. And this is now automated software that you could write to actually do this. A lot of times companies have, multiple people that all they do all day is wait for something to be posted about a certain topic and then react to it. You could automate that, absolutely, be able to see all the different posts and be able to react to it. So for example, here on Instagram, I searched for Python. And when I searched Python, I was able to get, this is everything that was actually posted on Python the last few days. And in my code, if I was using my Instagram API, this is the kind of information that would be sent to my code. And then I could have, for example, one TV set in my coding lab that was showing the Python programmers, all these infographics and allowing me to be able to now have latest up-to-date information that I could share with them. So anything in terms of a hashtag, anything in terms of a phrase, these are things that with the APIs, you go ahead and grab and bring down. And in most of the corporations that I've talked to, they really do act based on activity on social media. If people are saying this on social media, post that. And that's something that's a logical condition that programmers can automate. And if you automate some of those items, imagine how much more productive and how much more engaging your social media staff could be. All right, so my third API that I want to talk about is the Geo APIs. And there's multiple Geo APIs that I've used in the past, but the main purpose of them is to be able to really ask questions about geography. For example, based on somebody's geolocation, I may want to take some action. Imagine if I was doing a search for an Airbnb in Fort Lauderdale, and all of them were taken. A geocode will allow me to say, well, if not Fort Lauderdale, then what other cities around Fort Lauderdale, and that I could search to see if there's any Airbnbs there, maybe Plantation, maybe Sunrise, maybe Davie. And so all these regional information about what's around a certain location is something that could be found through a geolocation API. Similar for shipping and delivery, if people are looking for, what is the nearest FedEx pickup area by me so that I could go ahead and send my package there instead. Programmatically, you could answer that question using these geolocators. So it has information about different countries, cities, longitude, latitude, time zone, currency. And as a developer, you could go ahead and do a number of different commands, look for IP information, look for visitor information, get a list of cities, get a list of time zones, get a list of languages. So each one of these APIs have a different function that's available to you. And again, this is tons of data. Imagine every city name in the whole world, tons of data that as a company, it would have taken you months, even years to gather all this information. And now it's just a function call and somebody else's code does it for you. That's the value of APIs. So Geo APIs is a big one. The next one is IBM NLP. So this is natural language processing. And natural language processing really is about being able to take a word from a human and trying to get a text string out of it. So what is it the person said? All I have is a voice clip. What are the words that was actually spoken in this voice clip? So IBM has a pretty strong natural language processing that you could go ahead and send it in the call, send it the actual MP3 file with the actual voice clip, and it will reply back with what it thinks the phrase said and what language it thinks it is. And it allows you now to use the actual words in your code instead of an MP3 file. Another one that I've used is face detection. And face detection allows me to get general or specific. I could ask it, is it a man or a woman? And face detection could tell me that. I could also ask it if it's somebody in age 20 to 30 or 40 to 50, and face detection could also tell me that. And I could also get close enough to be able to say, is this ibis? So it would tell, is the eyes a certain length? Is the shape of the face a certain way? And it will be able to actually give me information based on whether or not that person was the person that was in front of the device, the IoT device. So there's definitely multiple face detection APIs. We had one here locally in Miami that was homegrown, but it really is technology that allows you to determine information based on the facial features. So imagine if in your application, how these facial features could help you identify if the user really is the right user that you want to speak to, or the one that you want to show information to. And again, that could be used as part of the actual login process. Instead of logging in, using it as a biometric feature to allow them to actually log into the system. All right, and my top 10 APIs were through 5 so far. I got 5 more to show you. The next one is SMS. The company I've used the longest time ever is Twilio. And the way that Twilio works is that you send them an actual phone number and what the message is that you want to send to them. And then that message gets to the person's phone and they take care of figuring out if they have AT&T or T-Mobile and how to send it. They do all that stuff for you. So if I wanted to, for example, if I'm a bank and I have all the banking information about all my clients, and I want to introduce now SMS to where I could send to their phone, hey, your balance has gone below 0, for example. That's something definitely that is doable using SMS technology. And SMS has exploded in retail recently. I want to show you an example on my phone here. But in terms of what SMS can do, it can actually give any messaging information to your customer. And the kind of conversion that people are seeing, it's so much more than what people have been seeing from email blasts or anything like that, to be able to get people to come back to your store and actually buy. For example, this is a text that I get from Eloquii, and it shows me the actual, product that's on sale, and it has a link for me to click on it and buy the product. And I get this on my text messaging. So I wasn't even planning on shopping for a brand new suit, but hey, I got this text on my phone and I'm like, well, I think I want to go ahead and get that. And I used to do a few clicks and all of a sudden I made a sale that I wasn't planning on making today. And as a company, the actual retailer now made an extra sale today, and it wound up being something that's very revenue generating. So SMS is something that has more visibility to your end users. And imagine if that critical information could be right there in front of them when they needed it, especially. The next one is payments, and there's multiple APIs for payment. This is something definitely that has a lot of security levels to it. You want to make sure that you're PCI compliant if you use APIs for payment. But the ability to be able to charge customers automatically, charge them routinely, charge them on a scheduled basis, all this is something revenue generating. One of the ones I used in the old days was Authorize.net, but now there's APIs to everything from being able to do APIs to Cash App, Square, APIs to PayPal, and be able to do that transaction with the payment method your customers actually prepare to use or prefer to use. Crypto data. We talked about blockchain earlier today, and definitely as more and more popularity happens, you really want to be able to offer the ability to maybe pay with cryptocurrency. And what better way than having it built into your application already? And information about what exactly is the exchange rate, what exactly is the token involved with it, all the information that you need to be able to use cryptocurrency in your application is already built for you with these APIs. So as you go through, definitely think about how this extra form of payment could be more revenue generating for your business. So one of my top 10 APIs definitely is APIs that help you introduce cryptocurrency into your application. All right, I got two more. One is translation. As we become more of a global economy, and definitely something that was exploded with this whole pandemic, is that everybody is online, and being able to now have information with people across borders electronically is very important. So having software applications that allow you to maybe in a text chat being able to get their information that they typed in and find out on the fly what is it they're asking me, being able to get it translated in just milliseconds, see in your language what this international person is requesting, and then come back and reply in English and have it then translated back to their language. All these are now technical steps that can be programmed automatically using Google Translate APIs. And there's, some people say that Google Translate isn't quite accurate or isn't, quite there. There's so many additional translating APIs that allow you to now get more regional, being able to have now regional tools. And these APIs really do help you as you go along to be able to now have automated translation on the fly while transactions are happening. So that's a big plus, absolutely. And then the last one is real estate. And this is another huge database that exists today. There's so many houses that go for sale, people buying, transactions. The real estate market just boomed during this pandemic as well. And I really felt like it was an area where all this data really was something that would empower somebody to be able to make the most money during a big, rush of sales, or, when they want to buy something, be able to catch something before it actually sold out. Things were happening so quickly in the recent months that the need for this information became more and more in demand. So there's definitely several APIs that have to do with real estate. And it's not just in the United States, they have information about multiple properties in multiple countries. So if you are in that field, if your product actually goes out and interacts with people buying and selling properties, imagine how powerful these APIs could be for you to be able to see what is the listing price of a property, what are all properties in a certain zip code, what is the actual estimated price for this property. All these are things that you can get rental properties as well. What's the estimated rent for that area? All this information is available on APIs that are ready. It's pre-built for you. You just have to go out there and use them. So these are my top 10 APIs. Hopefully that is helpful to you. And it winds up being something that is very much, I would say, just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many things out there. And one of the good tools definitely is Rapid APIs to be able to see what is it that is available out there. If you look at, just categories, there's tons of APIs about different sports, tons of API about finance, how the stock market is doing, what's the exchange rate of the dollar, tons of APIs that have that information. With just a function call, you have that in your code. Travel is a big one. There's so much travel information. There's databases of all the hotel rental places. There's all the flights across the world. What is the best price, or what is the longest, the shortest flight? All that information is out there where you can just do a function call and be able to get it. Entertainment has tons of information, everything from the movie industry, music industry, any information of historical information about artists or actors. It's all available out there that you can use as well. Location information, again, geography, regional information, what the languages are, what's the currency in that space, that's available in APIs. Science has lots of databases. For example, there's multiple databases available to developers today with all the coronavirus information, how many infected in each area, how many deaths in each area. This information that's out there that's available for free for anybody to use, and being able to create tools that potentially could save lives as well. So science data is out there you can use. There's food data as well, being able to know when is avocados in season, or what's the availability of a certain type of meat. That's something that you could tell in the food databases. Transportation, being able to have information about vehicles, highways, how much traffic is on different roads, information about subways, bus systems, all that information is out there. Many cities have that information exposed to the public. So you could definitely write applications that is involved with that. Music, there's information about music catalogs, different artists, all the albums that they've done is available in databases that you just do a function call and you get all that information. Business, there's multiple business APIs, everything from signing contracts to being able to have business directories and emails of people, lead lists, all that's available online as well. Visual recognition, this is a lot of the information for face detection is out there. It's available. You just have to connect it with the right devices, but those functions are out there you can use in your code. There's tools for like manipulating currency, adding dates, 90 days in the future, what date does it have? There's multiple tools out there that, again, you could save from having to code yourself. Text analysis that allows you to go ahead and pull in different text, maybe from Twitter, and find out if people are happy with your company or upset with the company and how you want to react to it. There's weather information. What is the weather in multiple regions? No matter where you are in the world, you could tell what the weather is everywhere else. So that information is available for your code. Gaming, there's tons of information there in terms of being able to have these interactive games, or being able to have different things that would actually allow you to now interact with other gamers in other regions. SMS, being able to send text messaging, no matter what the country the person is in, no matter what carrier is, there's some kind of API to be able to jump in. Events, being able to promote events, being able to find a list of events, the events by region, that's available out there. Health and fitness. Health and fitness has everything from being able to log how many steps you have to be able to calculate your BMI index. All that's available out there. Payment processors, we talked about that one. Financial institutions, automatic translations, storage, how to optimize your storage in your systems or on the cloud. Logistics, how things are moving and where things are located, tracking numbers, all that can be used with APIs. Database of information, how to interact with databases and get data out efficiently, how to create search systems out there. Ooh, how much longer is this list? As you can see, it goes on and on and on. There's so many things that could be done in API. And again, this is code that's already written that all you do is do a function call, and that person's code then can be part of your system itself. And in this platform, you could tell how many people are using it, what is the actual scoring of it. So you could tell there's a high quality code used by thousands of websites that you can feel reliable with reusing. So now I ask you, as a business owner, what's your excuse now? You have, maybe 10 features on your application today. Why are you limiting yourself to just 10 features where maybe those same customers that you are serving with those 10 features may also benefit from maybe 5 other features of code that's already written out there? And as a developer, any developer is able to go ahead and call these functions and then add this additional feature to your software. And again, when I think about really bringing the South Florida tech to the spotlight and really, showing that we have amazing things that we build right here locally, being able to have these innovative, cool, convenience features, I think really does a lot to be able to really take our code to the next level. So think about APIs as a way to reuse code and get your code out there to that next level, to go ahead and have your code really be effective, have your code to where it can not only attract new customers, but create that brand loyalty because you are the brand that has the most features. Just imagine how that could help your company stand out from its competitors. I wanted to turn to the chat and see if there's any questions at this point. We do have some information about the next speaker. And again, we're going to be talking about the economy of API. And it's really about taking the next level. Everything that I talked about so far is taking other people's code and bringing it into your code. In the next segment, we're going to kind of reverse that to where we're taking code that only your company sees, that's only in your business, and being able to take that code and put it out for the whole world to use. Put that code out there so that everybody could go out and take advantage of it. So imagine if you have been, you have repositories, you have GitHub with tons and tons of code that your company has been building over the years. Sometimes some segments of it may be reusable by other companies, and that could lead to revenue that your company could build. And that's the next segment is going to be about. It's going to be about the API economy and how to actually come up with the strategy from day one to be able to put this information out there. And I'm really excited to have a speaker from IBM. So as soon as we get to that session, I would love to be able to see how any companies that usually just keep things in-house or on the cloud can really have this greater vision, a more world vision of the code overall. I'd love to hear in the chat as well if there's anybody that has used APIs, either consumed one or exposed one that they really have had a great experience at. I see one of the comments is talking about the Kayak APIs. So Kayak is one that allows us to see different flights and different hotels and find the best price. I definitely know that there's been whole jobs that all they do all day is to find the best rate for their customers. So imagine if most of it could be, the technical side could be automated, so that way the employee can focus on the customer relationship part of it, and the whole part of trying to build that close relationship with the client, because now all the tech winds up being just APIs that go out there and give you the final answer. You don't have to go searching for hours. I know in my last vacation, I wound up being online searching for quite some time trying to find, just the right thing for my vacation. So imagine companies that have, thousands of employees that travel all the time. Let me look, see if there's any other comments. Yes, and definitely in education, I've seen a lot of information with the databases of, for each field, for example, for the legal industry, if you're studying to be a lawyer, having API calls, we can get legal information of what were all the cases related to a certain topic or related to a certain legal law statute. And that way you could go ahead and find out what takes precedence or what exactly has happened already in this area to be able to use that in your upcoming case. So yep, I've seen lots of APIs involved in terms of what is it that a certain industry needs besides legal. I've seen APIs for, I remember when I worked in the car rental industries, we had APIs to be able to tell us what it is that allowed us to really know where certain locations had a decrease or a more demand for a certain type of car. So in car rentals, if we need more minivans in Miami instead of Fort Lauderdale, there's something that we could do with APIs to figure out what exactly are the events in those areas, and using event APIs, being able to use that. I've also worked in logistics where information for actually sending out inserts for newspapers were a big algorithm of APIs. So for example, we had one printer that was always in Chicago. They would print out all these forms, and we needed the forms delivered to every single newspaper across the US. So we had a series of logic to figure out which areas the truck should go to be able to have the easiest distribution and hit all of our targeted newspapers. And so based on map information, location information, there was a whole algorithm that we developed that allowed us to figure out what was the lowest cost route for each one of the trucks that was leaving the printing station. So imagine combining all this information, city information, event information, hotel information, to come up with the best solution for your customer. And again, these are APIs that are available out there for any company to use. Let me check in the chat, see if there's any other. Oh, yes. I've seen for facial recognition for events, absolutely. So in some events today, we still have to actually show a ticket or show our phone that we bought a ticket to get into this event. But imagine having facial recognition be able to tell, yes, this is a paying company, and yes, this is somebody, a paying person that has already purchased a ticket, and by scanning their face, they're able to tell, yes, this person could go in because they purchased a ticket. Absolutely. So it definitely requires not only an API, but a scan of everybody's face, so either a copy of their ID or some way to be able to enter that data into the system, and the API will go ahead and reconcile this person with this ID. I've also seen information about TSA using facial recognition recently. So being able to have facial recognition TSA to be able to know if this is somebody that could be, let on without all the checks because they've already gone through the actual, checking features that TSA offers, all these additional paid features that allow you to get on your airplane faster. So it just does scanning of your face and knows, oh yes, this is Ibis, and she's the one that already has been verified, and she can go ahead and get on your flight. And it really is something that as each company launches, or even as each company kind of wants to get a little bit further in their service offering, API really can take them further. The area of machine learning is a place that I feel like many companies really are excelling the most. And it allows us to really see a growth of how machine learning could help in different segments of a company. So for example, in terms of combining it with APIs with Twitter and Facebook, Instagram, machine learning can be used to really learn which are, for example, which are the products that people like to wear on selfies more often. And then maybe having a campaign surrounding that to be able to really exacerbate it. And here on Rapid API, I feel like it's a great place to be able to come and see more, I would say, ideas of where it is you want to actually join, where it is that you want to All right, so I want to go through a few more of the machine learning APIs and what features you could actually implement in your company today. So one of my favorites, I've seen the paraphrasing tool, and this is a tool that will allow you to now have a more complex series of information and be able to really apply machine learning to figure out how to paraphrase this information, how now to present it more concise to your users. Some companies have built whole products based on this product. For example, there's an app on my phone called Headway. And what Headway is it's a book summarizer. So I could get small clips of a book to allow me to then learn the material from books faster. So imagine if you have tons and tons of data that you present to your customers or your client based on what you have on your site, how can you use this information to be able to go out and show your clients and give them a more concise, more easily consumable information. Another great machine learning API is the Google AI Vision. And I feel like there's so many things that could be done with vision overall. It's about training people to actually be able to recognize things. So for example, the Google AI Vision does everything from being able to tell whether or not there's copyright infringement, tell whether or not an image needs to have an adult rating. So by just having an input file of an image JPEG, it could go ahead and review the file and be able to tell, hey, this is something that is in fact adult content, or no, this is safe for children. And it's able to do it without human intervention. The AI itself is able to do it. Another great example is the spam filter. So this is a tool that you can use to definitely send out messages to, and it will tell you how high or low of a rating it has for spam. So depending on information that is scattered, this has intelligence in it that it has learned over time. As people mark things spam, it sees certain patterns, certain phrases, certain inclusion of so many links that it has now used as an identifier to say, yes, this is something that is spam, and I'm going to go ahead and give it a high ranking, them high certainty that this is spam. And maybe another message, it may say, oh, it doesn't have any of those factors, so it's a low rating that this is spam. So it's now a function that you could call and you can actually find out whether or not a message is spam or not. The next one is social sentiment, and this is something that we talked about a little bit before, and that is whether or not information that's on your social media today, is this information something that speaks positively about your company or negatively about your company? So this is information that you as a business owner may want to actually stay on top of and be able to code into your software so that somebody automatically gets notified to be able to handle the situation and address it before it goes too far. Other machine learning, artificial intelligence features that are out there have to do with pronunciation assessment, being able to automatically, based on regional information, based on things that it has learned, come up with what it thinks is the best pronunciation for a certain term. Again, this is information that you could add to your website to be able to make it just a bit further, take it to the next level. There's AI tools that you can use for news, being able to say, okay, based on news information, what is it that's where is a certain topic really popular right now? What is there a large news content based on a certain topic? So definitely you could go ahead and use news as something that will help you identify regional information, allow you to really act upon it. So based on all the news in the world, again, tons and tons of data that would take you lots and lots of time to come up with. This service already does that for you. And based on a certain phrase, a certain topic, lets you know which are the areas of the world where that is hot right now. Maybe this could help you with advertising your products, being able to say, okay, I only want my ads to show up in this certain area where they are talking about something related, or talking about a scenario where you would need my product. So something definitely that can help your business that way. WOT web risk is a really good one and has to do with whether or not you could trust something on the web when you're browsing. It's something definitely that's helpful. It helps me identify, for example, I have in some of my applications where I could tell if a certain page that somebody has gone to is something that is sensitive data, and then code could react to it. For example, open up a more secure browser, or being able to display a message based on that. So artificial intelligence could actually be able to give you that information. And as an API, it's just a function call that you make and be able to see that information. Plagiarism removal is a good one. If you have a lot of content producers out there and your company does not want to be able to have to deal with any kind of, infringement or any kind of, issues with maybe some of this information not being original content, again, that's something you could be fined for. So you want to be able to find through all the content that your staff and all your outsourcing writers have created, is there any potential plagiarism? So this is a function that you call an API that you can integrate to your application, where you go ahead and send part of a speech, part of content, and it will tell you whether or not this content already exists out there on the web. Keyword extraction. This is something that allows us to, based on a certain content, be able to figure out what are the most important keywords that we want to extract from it. And it could be also URL. So for example, if you are trying to focus on keywords and see the popularity or the frequency of the use of a keyword, this API can help you there. Face mask detection. I can see this being used in the educational field, where based on what exactly is happening in maybe in a classroom, as people are entering a classroom, being able to tell if there's anybody entering the classroom that does not have their face mask on, and being able to send them a message. So based on your own code, you can call this function. It gives you a value, true or false, and then you decide in your code how you want to react to it, what it is that you want to do next. Colorize this is quite interesting. It's modification of images. And again, based on tons of images that it has received and it's done its machine learning on, being able to decide based on all that, how to add color effectively into an actual image. So now it's changing the color of the image dynamically without you having to have a whole staff of artists to do it. So that winds up being really, really useful. And again, machine learning was created to make sure that it was used to create a database of images and its colors so that the color introduced makes sense. And I see so many other AI machine learning APIs out there that I encourage you to really, jump in and try some of these, see if they could help you with your development. We've seen a lot of work with Deepface lately, and it has to do with the modification of somebody's image in a video and changing the face to having somebody else's image instead. And a lot of times it's done for comedy, sometimes for political satire, but definitely Deepface is something that's out there today. And to be able to really create these automatically or detect them, definitely there's APIs for both of those. So think of that as you're developing as well. And as you're creating content, because this kind of engaging content, sometimes for social media, winds up having the most engagement. So besides machine learning, there's so many additional areas, and especially for business, I feel like every industry has a series of APIs that are available to them, whether it's business news for CNBC, having information about retail and Amazon pricing. Is my product now cheaper than Amazon or more expensive? A lot of times that's what companies, wind up doing the price match against. So to be able to have code that does that for you, again, another example of how APIs can help your company be more efficient, help your company go on and do your day-to-day stuff more effectively, and be able to really allow you to not only incorporate with your code what it is that you're trying to do for your company, but now have an additional feature that allows you to go a step further. Spell checker is a big one, to be able to now automatically, every time that you post something to the internet, having a software application that goes through and checks your spelling, see if there's anything that needs to be adjusted there. HTML to PDF. A lot of times when you have, for example, I worked before at an insurance quote agency, and the insurance quote agency allowed me to present a custom insurance quote to the user based on their entry of information. So while they were filling out the blanks, I was creating a custom insurance information just for them. So imagine at the very end of this web interaction, having this information that the user entered, the name, the address information, the actual location, the coverage required, all of that be something that is dynamically populated on the web. So an API could definitely jump in and help you convert now this output that's now on the screen to something that can become a PDF document. And again, it's already an API that's available to you. So just consuming that API and calling that function is enough to go out and allow you to have an additional feature on your website now of including your API as well as this additional API tool, and having the feature of being able to download it onto PDF. So I wanted you to really think about all these different APIs that we've covered, how you could consume them and help your application really take your application to the next level. And regardless if you are an actual developer or a product owner, there's definitely different action items I'd like you to take from this. As a product owner, I would love for you to really think about how the feature set of your product itself can be enhanced by these third-party APIs. Is there something additional that the same audience that's using your technical products today can benefit from? And can they actually all use while they're using your software platform? Adding additional features always makes you stand out for your competition, allows your customers to really have this brand loyalty and stay with your actual products. So imagine being able to add then multiple features to your website in a short amount of time because you're using third-party APIs. It definitely shortens the time from being able to develop it yourself. And as a software developer, I challenge you to think about APIs as well as something that you can use to be able to present new requests or new possibilities in your applications. If you are in a corporate environment, a lot of times new ideas that I presented to my supervisors were done in form of a prototype where I built something quickly to be able to show this is an idea that I had. I think that we should go in this direction. And I was able to build something so they could actually see it. A lot of times when you're speaking with the business unit, it's not easy for them to visualize based on your technical description, but if they actually saw something tangible that they could actually click through, it could help them to identify whether or not this is something that they want to move forward to. Yes, now I see what you mean. Yes, this would be awesome. Let's go ahead and build this. So an API will allow you to create a prototype relatively quickly because you do have access to this code and you're able to go ahead and implement it in a short amount of time and present it to that end user, that decision maker. So there is a whole world of APIs out there that you can consume. Really think about what could be the most benefit for you, and really think outside of the box, because it can make the difference about, adding APIs to your roadmap can really make a difference in terms of taking your application way to the next level, to a whole new group of audience, to a whole big world view, and can make a big difference in terms of your quarterly goals. So let me know if there's any additional questions on the chat. But if not, it looks like we may be ready to go into our next speaker here. Thank you so much for being part of this event so far. I'm really excited about this next speaker, and I'm going to be bringing up the stage now. We talked a little bit about consuming APIs in the last session, and now I want you to think a little bit about exposing APIs, a little bit of the reverse, and to explain a little bit about how you could do that and how you could organize it so there's a whole kind of economy behind it. That's what our next speaker is going to be talking about. So I'm very honored to be able to present Alan Glickenhaus from IBM. He's going to be talking about the API economy. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you for having me. Glad to be here. Hopefully everything is coming through well. I will share my screen.
Yep, hear you loud and clear.
Okay, very good.
I can see your screen now.
Perfect. Let's see if I can get rid of this little thing here. How do I move this box to, is there a way to hide the little box or no?
It doesn't show up for us, so you're good.
Okay, it's just in my way. All right, so that's fine. All right, so my name is Alan Glickenhaus. I'm with IBM, and I'm in the role of the digital transformation and API business strategist. And I do a lot of these kinds of events. So let me introduce what I do. So I've been speaking at events for quite a long time on APIs and the API economy, digital transformation. I do one-on-one workshops with businesses all around the world, all different sizes, all different industries. And when I'm not doing that, I'm writing about it. So I write a lot of papers, blogs, do videos, things like that. And the topics that I write about are listed toward the bottom of the screen, with the numbers being the number of things that I've published in each one of these areas. And at the end of this presentation, we'll make available to you this content, and there'll be links to all of that. So hopefully if I say something of interest to you, it will correlate to one of the things I've written about, and you can go ahead and deep dive into a little bit more information about that. So I'm going to do a session today that is going to cover a bunch of these different topics, and so I didn't know the audience and how well you know APIs and all that. So I was glad to see that the previous session was around APIs. So clearly there's at least some interest and knowledge in this space. So I'll start off with a kind of basics, just a level set around digital transformation, APIs, and the API economy. Given that you just heard about APIs, I may go fairly quickly through that piece. The majority of the session I want to spend on the next item, common API business drivers and use cases, and the one after that, which is how do you identify them for yourself? So, so I'll talk about a methodology that I created for identifying APIs for particular use cases. I'll give you examples in the banking industry. I chose banking because we all deal with banking and we all have some knowledge of banking. But you obviously will need to apply this to your own industry and company if you're not a bank. At the end, like I said in my content, I'll show you where there's examples for pretty much every industry that I could think of. So then after that, we'll get into some specific customers of IBM that have done these things that I'll be talking about. And if I have time, I wanted to cover one of the more advanced topics that I've been speaking about a lot, which is called digital ecosystems. And then the additional resources is the links that I've been referencing so far. So let's get into this. This is a definition that I found online for digital transformation. You know, when I changed my title from the API business strategist to the digital transformation business strategist, I said, well, I should see what the world is saying digital transformation is. And I went out and looked, I did a Google search on digital transformation. And what you'll find is that there's about thousands of different definitions that everybody publishes out there. And they all kind of fit into certain categories. And so there's a set of definitions that focus on what the beginning of this definition talks about, which is using digital, social, mobile, and emerging technologies, the technical side of it, right? What are the technologies that I need to do digital transformation? And some definitions will just stop at that. If you're doing that technical thing, maybe that's in their mind the definition of digital transformation. Others will go beyond that and talk about the next part of this definition, which is talking about changes in thinking and leadership and encouragement of innovation and new business models and doing new things in your company. And they'll add that kind of business aspect to it. And then I like this definition the most because it did those first two, but it added a third aspect, which is a change in perspective from what your business does to what your customers want. And so when you think about what we've done as businesses forever, you know, we talk about the products that we have and we focus on how we can sell our product and you know, or our service or whatever, and we talk about what we have. And this digital transformation thought, and the big part of this is thinking about it from the customer's perspective. What is the customer trying to accomplish? And that may be what we want, right? So let's just start with a banking example, which says, you know, if I want a bank account, I go to a bank and I can get a bank account. That's what you do, right? But if I want to buy a house, I don't go to a bank. I go to a real estate agent. I go, you know, to real estate websites online, and I might look for houses that are available. But part of buying a house is getting a mortgage in most people's situations, and a mortgage is done through a bank. So banking is part of that solution, but it's not the whole solution, and you don't go to the bank to find your house. So if I'm a bank and I'm thinking about the customer perspective, well, I offer mortgages, and I could just tell everybody in the world about the mortgages I have and how you can get them. Or I could start to create a digital ecosystem that we'll talk about at the end that deals with all the things you have to do to buy a house, including one of the aspects that I deal with as a bank, which is getting a mortgage. And that's really the focus of digital transformation. And so we'll get to a little bit more on that at the end, but this is the goal. This is what people are doing now, right? So if your business is focusing on digital transformation or not, you probably will be. And these are the kind of things that businesses are trying to do. In the meantime, around that, there's a lot of technical things that are happening, and we'll talk about the API economy being one of these. But in addition to that, people are dealing with cloud and what things should be on the cloud. They're dealing with artificial intelligence, and they're dealing with microservices as a new way to become more agile and deal with the cloud and things. So APIs and the API economy and all these other technologies are really what's enabling digital transformation to happen. So with that, I'm going to back up about 10 or 11 years and start to talk about the basics of an API. And I don't know if this was covered in the last session or not, but I do want to make sure that we have a good understanding of this before I get into the use cases. When I say API, I really should be saying the word business API or web API. This is not application programming interface, traditional technical interface to some application that you or another vendor have written that's very technical and very detailed and very focused on what that application does and provides an interface to a developer to use it. Those existed 40 years ago and still do, and they're wonderful things for technical people to use, but that's not what's driving this new API economy. This is a different kind of API. Instead of being a technical API about the application that you're accessing, this is an interface to the world for an asset in your business. And think of assets as your products, your order number, your orders, your customer information, your account information, things that a business person would recognize as a business asset. And what I want to do is expose these business assets in a very simple, easy to use, self-service form that some developer can choose to acquire on their own, as opposed to the more technical, detailed interface that we would often have to onboard somebody to with a lot of help and setting things up for them and all that. This should be very simple for them to sign up for themselves and use. Now that developer that I'm referencing could be somebody in your company, or it could be somebody outside your company, like a partner kind of a scenario, or even people you don't even know that you want to make this available to. And we'll get into all those examples in a few minutes. So the idea here is that in your business, you have these assets. You have your orders, you have your accounts, you have your customer information, you have your product information, and you can make these available through APIs to a developer. Like I said, could be in your company or outside. They may do something with it, like create your mobile app, or it's a partner that's accessing into your environment through that, through what the developer creates. And then there's some end user that's going to use the app that was created. And if you think about this, the way I just described it, from left to right, you're actually doing it entirely wrong, right? So what we want to do is think about the end user and what they want, and then drive back into the assets. And this is one of the most common mistakes that I deal with businesses all the time that they make, because they give the job of creating APIs to the technical people who know the back-end business systems. And they know that, well, I can just expose an asset that gives you access to the CRM system or the ordering system or the inventory system or whatever. And I don't know what you want to do with it, so I'll just make a general API about, accessing that system and give it to some developers. You're going to end up with a big mess of APIs. You're not going to be successful, and it's just going to end up being something that doesn't really move your company forward. If, on the other hand, you think about things from an end user perspective and what they're trying to accomplish and work backward, you'll create much simpler APIs, much more consumable APIs, and be very successful in having your APIs used, which is the goal that we want to achieve here. So we're going to get into the use cases, but one of the main messages, if you take one thing away from this whole entire presentation, it's you should think about consumer orientation rather than provider orientation. What does the consumer want from me to do, rather than what can I give them as information? You'll get back to that. So as you're thinking about the APIs, think about 3 questions that lead to good APIs. Who is that consumer audience that you want to talk to? If you don't know who you're targeting as an audience, you're not going to create a good API. They may be an internal, they may be external, you don't know. I mean, you should know, but you'll figure that out, which audience you want to go after, and then figure out what APIs they need. And there are roles and responsibilities around this too, which I've written about in some of the articles I've written. So after you know who you are going after, the next question is, what do they want? Not what do you have, right? So this is what I was just saying on the previous slide. What do they want? And what is the simplest way I can make this available to them so it's easy for them to understand and use? Think about, if I'm in retail, creating an API to track my package, right? Now, I ordered something from you in retail, and I'd like to know where my package is as an end user. I should not have to know what your CRM systems look like, or your ordering systems, or your inventory, or logistics, or any of that stuff to be able to tell where my package is, even as a developer for that on my website or mobile app. I should have to take in as input, what's my order number and who am I as a user? If I give you those 2 pieces of information, you should be able to look up everything else you need to give me back that answer. That's a nice, simple API. If I have to tell you all the parameters that there are in a CRM system and all the ones on the inventory system, I've made such a complicated API that nobody's going to be able to use. The final question here is, under what terms and conditions are you willing to offer this? And that's about how much capacity you have to handle these requests. You can't let people have an unlimited access to this, that they could drown your systems and take you down, right? So we need to control their access. We may have certain APIs that you need to be authorized to use. And so we need to know who you are. And, if you're a customer, checking your order status, we want to know that you're checking your order status and not your neighbor's order status. And so you should be able to see yours, but not somebody else's, right? So these are the kind of things that APIs should care about. All right, so with that preamble, I'm now going to get into what I call the 4 business drivers and 7 use cases. And these are what I've seen from my discussions with lots and lots of businesses of what they're trying to accomplish with APIs and the kind of use cases that they're trying to do, at least initially. So the first thing that we've been talking to businesses about for over a decade now is speed to market. And this is an age-old problem in IT, right? Since the beginning of computers, where we could do a certain thing with a computer, the business would say, I'd like to do this. And IT's answer to that is, well, that'll take you 2 years, right? Or 6, 8 months or 12 months or whatever the amount of time is. And that answer is not acceptable to the business. The business, when they say, I'd like to do this, they mean now, right? And not 12 months from now or 2 years from now. And on the other side, the IT organization knows that these things are complicated changes that we need to put into our systems. And we can't just throw changes into the systems without testing them and making sure that things are going to work well, or we take down the entire business, right? So this has been a really age-old problem. And what we've done historically to fix this is try to speed up IT, right? We do things to raise the level that IT works at, so that instead of dealing with operating systems, you deal with databases or middleware or whatever, and you move it up to a higher level and higher level programming languages and so on and so on. And that's great. We get IT to run faster. Now, instead of it being 12 months, it becomes 6 months. Still not acceptable to the business, right? So we've got a real problem that is just never going to go away, because we're never going to be able to throw changes into the systems on a daily basis to meet the needs of the business. And really, they wouldn't want us to, because we'd be taking down systems and have failures and security exposures and all kinds of bad things, right? So the goal, what we can do here with APIs is let things run at multiple speeds. The business can run at a fast speed, and the IT organization can have change control around the systems in the back end. And the way we do that is by exposing these APIs with access to these back ends with a view into them of what the consumer wants from us. We don't make changes to the back end. We're just giving them a perspective into it that is, what they can then use to build their business solutions on top of it. And if they need a new API, we can create one rather quickly, because again, we're not going to change the back end systems in most cases. And so this is the number one thing that businesses focus on at the beginning, to get their ability to speed things to market, speed offerings to market from the business, while maintaining control of the back end systems. The next big thing, and I'll say this is the biggest thing, is that we want to get more customers, want to get more business, right? So today in our business, we have a certain set of customers that we're reaching out to. Either if we have a physical location, like a store, they come into our store, or they have a website, they come to our website. They're dealing with us because they're looking for what I offer to them. The example I used before with the bank, right? If I want to research what bank I want to use, I'd go to various bank websites and see what their offers are and pick one. So somebody's looking for a bank and they find me as an opportunity, and I might get them to use my services versus my competitors. But there's a whole bunch of people that are out there that need banking but aren't coming to me. That's the example of the people who are buying a house or buying a car, or need other kinds of loans, and they're not looking for a bank. They're looking for houses or cars, right? So how do I get myself in front of these other audiences to drive additional revenue to me? And so businesses are starting to think about APIs as a new channel to market. And so mobile apps is kind of fitting into the category of, they're probably already your customer if they have your mobile app. But start thinking about partnering and third-party apps and social networks and devices, which is going to feed into some of the use cases I'm about to talk about. these are the ways that we extend our reach. So if I offer mortgages, I can partner with other businesses that sell houses, that deal with moving, that do other things around, getting a house purchased by someone, and make up a business relationship with them that says, when people come to you, we will have a business association that revenue will flow, and you'll use me as your preferred loan provider for a mortgage. And so I get more reach to be in front of more customers that way. And so business APIs are very commonly now being used as a way to get out into a new channel to market. So I mentioned there's 4 business drivers, and I spent a lot of time on the first 2. I'm not going to spend as much on the last 2. Speed and reach, right? So speed and reach are the first 2. The next one is innovation. Businesses, and you saw this in the definition for digital transformation, businesses are trying to be more innovative, but innovation needs to happen in a way that it doesn't cost me a lot to try something new. The words we use are, we want to fail fast. If I'm not successful, I want to, not have to spend too much money to find that out, right? And if I am successful, then I want to be able to move forward, right? So APIs help in that area. Topic I'm not going to be able to get into in more detail today. And then the last one is something I call domains. Probably not the best name I ever picked for something, but it's about sharing information within your business and across your business. And so you may have multiple lines of business, like you deal with business to business or business to consumer, or maybe you have multiple lines of business, like in the insurance industry, where you have auto insurance, life insurance, and homeowners insurance, and other kinds of insurance. And each one of these lines of business operates independently, or it could be geographics, right? So you're in Florida and you have another, part of your business that's in Europe somewhere. And each one operates independently. We may find benefits of sharing information across these different domains and the appropriate information at the appropriate time, or even to a larger aspect of the company, the headquarters kind of people that need to know how all the lines of business are doing. So this sharing of information across domains is another big business driver for APIs. All right, so those are the 4. And now I'm going to get into the use cases. So this is just the kind of agenda for the next 7 charts that we'll go through in more detail. You'll see the first 4 of these have the word internal in front of them. What that means is that in most of these cases, the APIs you're going to make available for these are to your own internal developers. Like with the person who writes your mobile app or your user interface on the web or whatever, most likely works for your company. They're either an employee or a contractor that you hire to do that work. They're not outside your company's control. So that's the first 4. And then the next 2 get into people outside your company, and device integration can be either of those, right? So let's get into these in a little more detail. So if I were going to come visit you and talk to your business about what APIs you might do, I would think about these 7 categories before I come visit you. I'd look your business up and decide, on some examples that I could talk to you about for your particular business. And in the area of a user interface or mobile app, a website, I would start by thinking about what data or transactions would your mobile app need, right? What is general information that you would put on your mobile app about your business? Typically things like your business locations, your product list, your rates. These are general information that anybody who's dealing with your business would have the same answer, right? This is where you're located, no matter whether it's me coming there or somebody else coming there. And these are the products I have, for everybody. The next kind of things I would think about are customer specific access assets, right? What's my account information that I might want to deal with? What's my order status? I want to place an order with you. These are things that you need to know who the customer is in order to be able to do that. You can't just supply the same information to everybody. And then the third item is there some characteristic, if it is a mobile device, of that device that I can use that would be helpful along with APIs to provide a solution? So their GPS coordinates, the camera, something like that, right? So when we think about these in the banking area, Some of the things that are general to everybody might be your location and your hours, what interest, loan, and mortgage rates you have, any kind of financial calculators, if you provide investments, investment research, investment news, things like that. These are general pieces of information I could make available on my website that I could create APIs to make available for the mobile developer to use. Then specifically to the user, there'd be account alerts, account balances, transferring funds, paying bills, these kinds of things. Skip down a bit, you know, the final one, if I'm going to take advantage of the phone, I might have the camera that takes a picture of the check that I want to deposit. Or maybe I find the nearest branch or ATM so I can get money, voice recognition, things like that, right? So these are the kind of things that I would put on my mobile app. Notice this whole discussion, I'm not talking about what your back-end systems look like. This is the things that the developer wants from me. It's up to me as the provider of this API to map these use cases back to my back-end systems, right? And that back-end should not show through to this user interface. The next category of use cases around social media. So social media, all of them, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, they all have APIs that allow you to get information from those systems and put information into those systems. And so some of the easy situations, you know, here might be thinking about if somebody mentions your company by name online, right? So they might say something good. I just had, you know, an interaction with Bank A and it went great, and it was handled very well. Or maybe Bank A did a lousy job and I'm really upset and nobody should use them, right? So whichever thing they're saying about you, you may want to have some kind of reaction to that on social media and deal with the situation. You can also deal with things like your competition being mentioned or spot opportunities based on something that's happening in the social media world, right? So when you think about these kinds of things, think about if a customer or a person on social media mentions a competitor, maybe you want to offer your offering in that space when they do that. Or if they're having a life event like getting married or divorced or having a kid go off to college or something like that, these are opportunities to potentially use one of your social media APIs to push something out there to advertise to them that says, I have something that can help you with that particular solution, right? And then beyond that, dealing with particular interest groups and things like that. The biggest use case categories, just to start with, tend to be the mobile UI and this one, which is data. This is about the data that you have in your enterprise. You already have a ton of data in your enterprise. You collect information on your clients and trends and various things in your organization, and you typically collected that data for a particular purpose. There's some audience in your company that wanted you to gather that data for them, and so you made it available to them, and hopefully they're using it well. This is about getting more value from that data. So now that you have that data in your environment, what else can you do with it? Who else would benefit from that data? Who doesn't even know that it exists and would have a hard time accessing it? Can I identify these kinds of opportunities for other people in the company to use this data, or potentially other people outside the company if I have the authority to do this with buy-in and opt-in kinds of situations, that I can do that. So I might make data available to other lines of business, other parts of the company. I might sell aggregated data to third parties or specific clients who opt in to be marketed to by our partner businesses. So this is the kind of things that people can do with their data. Again, a very big opportunity in this space. The fourth one, great category name here, called Other. I did this work with Forrester Consulting, and we just grouped a bunch of these together into this category. It's regulatory requirements. There's certain industries that have requirements that you do certain things. There's audit requirements in your own business. There's security issues that you have to deal with, maybe industry standards that you have to meet. There's a whole bunch of things that you have to do, and we just kind of group them all into this space, right? So in banking, there's some particular industry standards and regulatory requirements, but that's happening more and more across the industries that I'm seeing. And then in any industry, automatically enforcing audit and reporting is a way that APIs can be used. All right, partnering. So I'm going to spend a bunch more time in a little bit on partnering. I want to make sure I'm doing well here on time. Partnering is the biggest opportunity. From the long term for APIs, you will make more money through this particular set of use cases than you will through any other, because the multiplication effect of partnering is way more than you can get by your own developers being the only ones who access your assets. And so we'll talk about the partner onboarding issue when I get to the digital ecosystem later. But if we could onboard partners quicker and get more partners with more wide geographic coverage, then we can start to think about, how we can start to multiply our channels to market. And so thinking about what data or transactions do you have to enable to allow these partners to become partners of yours, and how can I create this in a way that once the API is built and I have the ability for you to access we'll call it developer portal to get access to the API, then what APIs would I need to have in that portfolio for you to use, right? So with that, you think about partners and what they need to do. You can think about the onboarding process, but also beyond more traditional partners, you can also think of your big customers. The big customer that buys a lot from you could be another situation which you could think of as a partnering kind of a scenario. And then in this case, I also think about what I reference as the business next door, right? So these are, if I'm a bank, which is the examples I'm using here, people who might need banking things are looking for potentially insurance, financial investments, home purchases, retirement, credit cards, financial, other financial companies, brokers, advisors, accountants, government. These are all other companies that people who are dealing with may need banking and may be likely partner audiences for me to focus on as I'm building my API portfolio. So think about what I call the business next door. And if you say I can't think of one, you're not thinking hard enough, because every business has a business next door that somebody else could benefit from you working together with them. All right, the next category is one that brings up a little fear when I mention it to a lot of businesses, which is public APIs. These are APIs that you make available to anybody. You don't have to know who they are. You're just going to put this out there and let whoever they are use it, right? And that scares a lot of people. And so I don't want to let just anybody come in and use my APIs. Well, you're not going to let anybody use your sensitive APIs that have your customer information or anything like that. But these are people who are doing things out in the public domain that could potentially send business to you, and you're going to give them APIs that provide information that you're providing to the public anyway. So think about at the beginning what I said about the generic information that you put on your mobile app. What kinds of accounts do you have? What kinds of interest rates do you have? These are all things that are out on your website anyway. You put these things out on your website as text. Why not make them available as an API that somebody could program to? So if there's a person out there that's doing a loan comparison app across various banks, you want to be part of that comparison. And if you don't provide them with an API and your competitors do, you may not even be listed as a choice. So think about, do you really want to be in this API space, and what information you're providing to the world anyway? And that's the kind of thing that you may want to make available as a public API, right? So some of the same APIs as the mobile and partner may be appropriate, but none of the things that are, with personal information. Those are the kinds of things that you might make available to the public. All right. Last case here is Internet of Things, right? So not every industry does deal with Internet of Things. Many do. So cars are a device, appliances are a device, sensors and meters are devices, ATMs in the banking case are a device, right? So think about if there is a device that you have in your scenarios. And typically the scenarios with IoT fall into three categories. There's information where you get information from the device, right? It sends you information, like a sensor or a meter might send you information about the utility reading for your electricity or something like that. There's other situations where you might send a command to the device. So you want, in the case of a security camera, to make the camera zoom in on something that looks suspicious, or pan to the left or pan to the right. You might issue an API command to that camera to do that. Another example might be in the automotive area, where you want to unlock the the car doors or start the car. There may be some APIs for that, but be careful on the security on that one. Again, something I've written something about. The third category is a little more complicated, and that's where the devices are constantly sending information to you. Like when we did work with a health monitoring company in Japan, where the device was just monitoring your health all the time. So hopefully most of the time, it's saying, Alan's doing great. Alan's readings are here. It's all, my blood pressure, my heart rate, or whatever, all within category. That's good, but it just sends the information all the time. I don't really want to use APIs for that, but when the information gets out of bounds, that it's something bad is happening. I'm not getting a heart rate from Alan anymore. I might want to take an immediate action and alert somebody to go help Alan, right? So these are the kind of things that all abnormalities in the data could be recognized, and then I would use an API to take care of that situation. So there are, in the banking scenario, again, not the most device intensive things, but you could think about ATMs as a device. And one of the things that I've spoken to many businesses about is a new business model around ATMs with local retailers and restaurants, where if somebody who's a customer of the bank is near that ATM, and we could use a near field communication kind of a situation to know that they're in the vicinity, that other business might advertise through your mobile app to them that, hey, we're having a deal. If you go into this retailer in the next 20 minutes and buy something, you'll get whatever amount off. And those kinds of financial arrangements can be arranged between the bank and the nearby businesses so that they get credit for sending the customers in that direction. So that's a quick run through in about a half an hour or so of the 7 use cases and business drivers. If you have questions along at the end, we'll get to all that, but I'm going to just move into a couple of customer examples now. I'm guessing none of you are Walmart, but if you were, you did wonderful things with APIs. So Walmart was an internal use case to speed their mobile developers. Every time a mobile developer needed access to some asset in the business, they would have to come request from IT to give them access to a particular asset, teach them how to use it, set up the security around it, do all those things. And it would take them 5 days or 10 days, I forget what the number was, 5 days it says here, to turn that around for them. They now do it in 10 seconds, right? Because they pre-built these APIs and all they have to do is give them access to that API. So tremendous acceleration in speed to market. The next one is a bank example. This is a bank in India. So a lot of citizens from India are working in various countries around the world, but they have family at home in India. And so they wanted to continue their banking relationship with these people. And so they did a partnering kind of a scenario to allow these Indian citizens in other parts of the world to be able to bank with Yes Bank, even though they were not local to it. There's a nice video that you can play about that to talk about what they did. They've done a bunch of other things as well. This is another bank example, a slightly different one. This is a bank in Austria. Again, this thing called PSD2, if you're not familiar with it, it's a regulatory requirement in Europe that deals with Payment Services Directive 2 is what it stands for. So that every bank in Europe, if you wanted to be a bank after a certain date, you had to meet this regulatory requirement. So it drove a lot of banks to start to look at APIs and do things. And pretty much every bank that continues to exist in Europe now has met this requirement. But this bank went further. They said, now that I'm using APIs, I can start to think about expanding my reach. And so they're a bank in Austria and they have physical locations in Austria, but they could offer banking in their neighboring countries. And they didn't want to have a physical presence in every one of those countries. So they put information on the cloud. they started to use APIs to access that, and all of a sudden they were able to expand into other geographies without having to build a location in every single country. So faster deployment and faster growth to get more customers. This one is a very unique one. It's in the automotive industry. It's an IoT example, and it's basically a connected car situation. So this is an automotive manufacturer who has the ability to gather information from the car and use that information themselves, but also sell that information to partners so that partners can take advantage of that data as well, and drives new revenue streams for them. So it's a way of innovation that they enabled through APIs that did not exist before. So that's just 4 examples. All right, so let me move into the last topic that I wanted to cover, which is digital ecosystems. And I referenced this with the partnering. So this is basically the new thinking around partnering, right? So if you think about when you partner with your business with another business, there's a business set of things that happen, and there's a technical set of things that happen, right? So on the business side, you may have a business negotiation with the other company as to what your financial arrangements are going to be. When I sell your product, you're going to give me this amount of blah, 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 whatever the relationship is that you want to have, you establish that, and it might take weeks or months to get that established. And then after that, you then tell the IT people, okay, enable that to happen, right? So your IT people in your company talk to the IT people in the other company, you open up an interface for them to use, you set up the security so that they can access it, you teach them how to use the interface, you try it, you make sure everything's working okay, you make sure they can't access anything but that information. Lots of technical work goes on for weeks or months on your side and on their side to build that infrastructure and make sure everything is working okay. And now you've got one part. And now you want to do it with another partner, you get to do the whole thing all over again, right? So weeks or months of negotiations on the business side, weeks or months of onboarding them on the technical side, and so on for every partner. It's just not scalable. It takes too long. You really can't succeed in driving a mass new business this way, with it taking weeks or months for every partner that I want to onboard. Now, where we are presently is that the weeks or months on the business side is still happening, right? So we're still having business negotiations that take quite a long time. But what we can do with APIs is thinking about the kinds of partners that we have. It's a sell side customer, it's a partner, it's a supply side partner. It's whatever it is, I can start to pre-build those APIs. This is what I was talking about earlier, where once I've built the APIs, I've set up the security around it so that you can get a certain amount of access to the APIs. And I enable this to be used a certain number of times to allow you to only see your things. I can put it in what we call a developer portal. And now once the business relationship discussion is over, all I need to do is give you access to the developer portal for your type of partner scenario. And you can access them and self-service on board. And when the second and third partner come along, I don't have to recreate additional APIs. The APIs are already there for the first partner of that type. I just allow you access as well. So I can onboard additional partners very quickly. And this is where we are today. A lot of businesses are doing this. And if you have multiple different kinds of partners, you might have different portfolios of APIs for each one of those different kinds of scenarios. Now, putting on my crystal ball and thinking about where this is going to go in the future, we might improve on the days down to hours. That's not going to be a tremendous amount of difference in things, but that might happen, that we might get days down to hours. But what we need to do is get the weeks or months down to days. And then we want that to be replicable for the other partners that we want to bring on board. And that's a topic for another day because I don't have time to cover it today, but it's something that I've written about called marketplaces and platforms. And when I show you the following charts at the end about where things are written up, you can read about marketplaces and platforms. And if you have questions on those, I'm happy to do that as well. But that's where things are going, right? So today's hot topics that I've been speaking about at a lot of conferences is ecosystems, marketplaces, and platforms, all based on APIs as the underlying infrastructure. So a 10-second commercial on us in IBM. We have products that help with this, right? So we have a product called API Connect, which has been around for a long time, and it's part of a larger context product called the IBM Cloud Pak for Integration, which deals with not only API management, but also application integration, security, messaging, events, which is Kafka, if you've heard about that, and high-speed data transfer, things like if you're moving big files around. As an example, Netflix kind of movies, we deal with Netflix. When you download a movie, you're dealing with our high-speed data transfer. It happens almost instantaneously with big files. All of this built on top of an automation and AI foundation. I'm not going to get into the details of this today either, but if you want more information about it, I'm happy to chat with you. And there's a URL at the bottom of the page on that one. All right, so let me sum it up here. I think I'm just about on time. Hopefully the impression I've given you today not only is for what you can do in IT, but the fact is that when you're dealing with business APIs, the word business is important. It's not just an IT thing. If your business, if your company is only saying to the IT organization, go build me APIs, I want to be successful in this API economy, that's not going to happen, right? You need to have executive and business backing and think about this as a business opportunity. APIs, much more than other technology, are about generating new revenue. They're not about cost savings for IT. Sure, you're going to get cost savings for IT. That will definitely be part of it. But if that's your only goal, you're not going to get the biggest benefit that you could get. So establish a strategy and goals for why you're doing this, what you want to accomplish, what organizational changes you're going to need to make around this. And again, these are topics that I'll point you to in my writings that will help you with all of that. And understand that there is some cost to this. You're going to have to fund some new roles. The IT person who builds the API is not the same person that is doing the market research on what audiences do we want to go after and what's the business opportunity to do things in that area. There's a role called a product manager that needs to happen. And the final message that I want to give to you is, if you are doing this, get the message out. People will not just automatically use your APIs if you're not doing something to drive them to do that. Having the best API in the world will not let people know that it exists or tell them why it's better to use that than what they've done before. So getting the message out is key. And as I said, the last couple of charts in here are the links to the different content that I have. I will just kind of walk you through this quickly here. On the top left is a URL that gets you to our user community blogs that I've written. If you just change the year, you'll get to anything for that year that I've written about. If I write something tomorrow, it's not going to be in the list of content that I give you today. So anything new will show up from that first link. So the column on the left here is all the basics of APIs. If I went too fast today, if you need to have somebody else hear about this, what's an API, what's the API economy, those kinds of things, that's in the left column on this page. The right column is more of the more current thinking on digital transformation, digital business, cloud integration. There's a bunch of good things there. One of them in the middle of that column talks to digital ecosystems. So hopefully you can see that one in the middle there. The next page on the left column is business and value. Some of the topics you often hear about with APIs is monetization. And there's a lot of content on that. And toward the bottom of that column, you see things on marketplaces and platforms that I just mentioned. The right column is all about strategy, governance, and best practices. Top to bottom, beginning to end, how to create a strategy, how to organize, how to govern. The 4 business drivers and 7 use cases are in the middle of this page, down to measuring success and all that kind of thing. So that's the right column of this page. And then the last page, the left column, is more of the technical things. I don't tend to write a lot of the most technical content that we have in IBM, but technology type things are on the left, including, I would point out the second to the bottom on that is the paper on security, which I think is pretty important. The right column is all the industry use cases. So if you're not in banking, and I didn't relate to you with my banking examples, hopefully you can find the industry that you are in on this right column here and use that to find some use cases examples for what you might do. that's it for me. I'm going to stop talking now and see if we have any questions.
Thank you, Alan. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
I've got a couple questions for you. In terms of updating APIs, what do you feel are best practices for making updates backwards compatible and so that you don't lose any of your users?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. Versioning is one of the hot topics that we used to talk about a lot in the early days of APIs, and how do you version APIs? You know, you think about, you've made an API available, it has a certain set of parameters. Other people in your company or outside your company have consumed that API and are using it, and now you want to come out with a new version of the API to do something new. And how do you not break everything that they've done? So there's two situations with that. One is that it is a backward compatible API. And the other answer is when it's not a backward compatible API. So let me address both of these and how you, of course, you want backward compatible APIs, right? So the more you can create a backward compatible API, the more flexibility you'll have to change what's behind the interface and move people forward without a big transitional issue, right? So let's just talk about that case first. When you are creating an API, if you create a consumer-oriented API, not based on the parameters of your backend system, you're more likely to be able to create a good backward compatible API. And I'll spend just 2 minutes, maybe 3, giving you this example because I find it very helpful, right? So if I'm in that order, I want to check my order status example that I talked about earlier. If I'm in the retail space and somebody wants to have a check order status function on the website or on their mobile app, inside the retailer business, there's a CRM system, an ordering system, an inventory system, a logistics system, and 12 more systems, right? And if I'm the IT developer creating APIs, I could build APIs for every one of those systems and give it to the mobile developer. Any one of those backend systems change, if I built an API based on them, when that API changes, the mobile developer is going to have to change their app to convert to the new one. It's just a real nightmare. Plus, they're going to have to call 12 APIs to get the answer for what they want. If instead I built one API that calls all 12 systems, but has the simple parameters of what's my order number and who am I, and gives me back a result, then the fact that my CRM system has been upgraded or my backend inventory system has been changed, those things are invisible to the interface of that API, and I can make changes to the API and bring somebody forward much more easily without even having to tell them that I've done that, as long as I do good testing and things like that. So that's the easy case, right? It's backward compatible. When it's not backward compatible, now I have to deal with migrating users, right? So as part of our IBM product solution, we have a lifecycle management for your APIs. And what you can do is you declare that the old version of the API can no longer have people subscribe to it anymore. So anybody new that comes in is going to use the new version of the API. So that shuts off the people who are using the old version. It doesn't move them forward. It stops any new people from using the old version. I still have to keep that old version around for a while. So when I make the new version available, I have the ability to send a message to all the current consumers of that saying, and you have to pick the time, in 1 month, in 6 months, or 2 weeks, or whatever the amount of time is, we're going to take away the old API, and you have that amount of time to migrate to the new one. And you can watch and see how people subscribe to the new API. And if you still have some laggards at the end, send them reminder messages that say, hey, we see you're still using this API, you need to move to the new one. Depending on how good a business partner or customer they are of yours, you might have to leave it around for a while if they don't move. But in most cases, you can get people to move that way. So we give you the management capability to do that. And then, of course, deprecate the old API once it no longer is being used by anybody. If it's your internal developers, you have a lot more flexibility in moving them forward quicker, right? You can typically tell your own developers to do something where once it's outside your company, you have less, authority over making them do something quickly. So, that's why in most cases, as businesses start their API journey, they start with internal developers first, so that they learn how to create good APIs that are backward compatible, and then they don't get themselves into bad situations when they've started to create external APIs.
I love that. Definitely sets people up for growth. So that's the last question that we have today. I want to thank you again
Okay.
for your time. This is a great session, lots of great information. Hopefully the audience here will jump in and think about really exposing APIs and really creating this developer community behind them.
Sounds great.
Thank you
I
so
look
much,
forward to it.
Alan.
Yep, take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The next speaker we're going to have is going to be speaking about open source and CNCF. We have about 20 minutes before the session begins. So we're going to go ahead and take just a little break here so you can stretch your legs, and we'll be continuing on in about 10 minutes. Hi, everyone. So our next speaker is ready to go. I'm really excited about this one. So I'm very proud to introduce Annie Tavasto. She's a product managing manager for Cast AI and a CNCF ambassador. So Annie, welcome. I'm so glad to have you. Take it away.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Super excited to be here. I hope you can see me. I will just start sharing
I
my.
see you good.
Yes, perfect. I will start sharing my screen. There we go. Can you see it well?
Beautiful, yes.
Perfect. Well, perfect. I was having some technical difficulties before, but glad to see that. Perfect. Glad to see that they have all been sorted out. And let's get started then. So welcome to my session, Top New CNCF Projects to Look Out For. Very much a welcome. Thank you for being here. So quickly, before I get into it and introduce myself, for example, I want to go through what value do you get by attending this talk, because I think it's super important to think about what will you learn within this relatively short or long time that we have together today. So the value that I hope that you will get is get inspired, as well as get to know cool CNCF projects. I have modified and updated my talk for this conference a bit. It's a bit more business case focused, as well as let's see if I will have the time to do any demos. But I've added more business cases and lessened the demos a bit. So let's see how it goes. And I'm always super happy to receive feedback on the details and all the things that I go through as well. So let me know. So who am I and why am I speaking today here? So I'm Annie. I am a CNCF ambassador as well as a product marketing manager at Cast AI, as mentioned before. So Cast AI is a Kubernetes cost optimization platform. Really lovely. So I'm also doing Kubernetes essentially as my full-time job, as well as doing this amazing conferences and really great community speaking as well on my free time, like I guess as well. So I am also a Kubernetes and CNCF meetup co-organizer, as well as an Azure MVP, a title that I got a few days ago, or an award that I got a few days ago. So very happy about that. I'm also a early stage startup coach, as well as a co-host of Cloud Gossip podcast, which you can find at cloudgossip.net. In addition to these, I enjoy movies, Netflixing, all the regular things. But that's a bit about me. So then let's dive deep into the topic that we have today, which is Cloud Native Computing Foundation and the amazing projects that come from there. So Cloud Native Computing Foundation is the long form, and the shortened version is CNCF. So it's about building sustainable ecosystems for cloud native software. So it really is an amazing organization that brings together the world's top developers and users and vendors, and runs the largest open source developer conferences in the world, aka, for example, KubeCon. And CNCF is part of the nonprofit Linux Foundation, and it's home to projects such as Kubernetes, Prometheus, and all of the projects that I will be going through today. I think if you are in the software development world or in technology world in general, you probably have noticed the impact of Kubernetes and cloud native technologies in the recent years. It's hard to miss it, but just to recap, as well as if you haven't heard about them, just to let you know what has been the growth within the cloud native ecosystem in the last few years. So CNCF does this really great survey annually, where they look into how people are using CNCF and cloud native technologies, Kubernetes, all of these things. What's the adoption rate? What's happening in the space essentially. So it's really great. Every time I read it through, I learn something new. It's so great. And in there, for example, some of the tidbits from there is that the use of containers in production has increased to 92%, up from 84% last year. So in this case, 2019, and for this survey, and up 300% from the first CNCF survey in 2016. And as well, Kubernetes used in production has increased to 83%, up from 78% from the last year that this survey was conducted. So the growth has been really phenomenal, and I think it's really taken the world by storm as well. So now that we've kind of looked into what is the impact of cloud native, let's look into how does the landscape and the cloud native world look like. So this is how it looks like. So it's quite a lot. It's a lot to take in. It looks, if you're looking at it for the first time, so many details, so many areas. Like you could dive into just an area of this and talk for days, for hours, and just dive deep into an area. So it is quite a lot to take in for the first time if you are new to the foundation or the landscape. But no worries, I've simplified the view that you need to know for today a bit so that we can actually get a bit of a more simplified view and learn an area today. So there are three stages to a CNCF project. You start from the sandbox phase, then you move on to the incubating phase, and then you are in the graduated phase. So if a open source project is looking to join the CNCF Foundation as a project, they would first enter in the sandbox phase. And when they mature more, they get more end users, they get more maintainers, you know, in general, they just become a more full-fledged project. They move on further in the space, and graduated is the last phase within the CNCF project stages. And the numbers there are numbers that I pulled a while ago. There might have been some updates recently, but just to give you an idea on how many projects per phase there is about in CNCF. There's 44 in the sandbox phase, about 23 in incubating, and 14 in the graduated phase. So what this means is that there is a relatively tight selection criteria to make it further in the ecosystem. And also, when I started speaking about CNCF and cloud native topics a few years ago, then, for example, there was only 1 or 2 projects in the graduate phase. So it's been really great to see so many projects maturing and moving forward in their life cycle as well. So another view into how this actually looks like in a bit more practical sense, I guess, is the sandbox is this image. So in the sandbox phase, the users might be innovators, techies, early adopters, which is then kind of going to the incubating phase as well. They're early adopters, visionaries. And after you make it through that, you get to the graduated phase where you are in the early majority, in the late maturity, and you are like completely fully ready for full-scale production and all of these things. Then I will be covering a few sessions in this, few projects in this session. And just as an expectation management to everyone, even though the name of the session is Top New CNCF Projects to Look Out For, I obviously can't know the future. There's no kind of pure scientific selection method, nor am I fortune telling. So I do not know exactly what will succeed, but these are projects that the communities where I'm involved are excited, the people that I know are excited about. So that usually is an indication on how these projects will do in the future as well as now, because the more people are excited about them, the more they will, you know, survive as well as thrive in the world. And as an expectation management as well, usually CNCF intro to project talks in KubeCon, for example, are around 30 to 45 minutes, even an hour per project. And this is about the same size talk, but covering multiple projects, so not just one. So that already gives you an indication that I will not doing a deep dive into any of these projects per se. I will be more talking through multiple of one of them, so that you, dear attendee listener, can actually decide on which of these projects you want to focus on, what you want to take to your projects, what do you want to build the next big thing on, or what will help you take your own projects to the next level. So I will be going through a few projects and they are listed here. So I will start from the more mature ones. So I will start from mature ones and then move on to the sandbox and the newest projects. So we'll go through Helm, Linkerd, Kada, Flux, Kuro, and Meshery. And there might be an extra project as well in the mix. Yeah, but let's see how we get on. So let's move on to the first project, which is Helm, the package manager for Kubernetes. So Helm is really the best way to find, share, and use software built for Kubernetes. Helm is graduated stage project, is very relatively very well known, very well adopted, and one of the staples of Kubernetes use. So it's package manager for Kubernetes. It's essentially the same as Homebrew, Snack, or Chocolatey for Kubernetes. So if you are wondering what package management is, I think one of the Helm maintainers really put it well. So package management is tooling that enables someone who has knowledge of an application and a platform to package up an application so that someone else who has neither extensive knowledge of the application or the way that it needs to be run on the platform, so that they can use it as well. So this is truly the power of package management and the power of Helm. Because Kubernetes sometimes can be a bit daunting, a bit hard to use, but with these kind of projects, with these kind of services, you can actually get quite a lot out of Kubernetes very fast and easily. So what are the benefits of Helm then? Helm helps you manage complexity. Charts can describe even the most complex apps and provide a repeatable application installation, as well as serve as a single point of authority. So Helm also provides easy updates. So you can take the pain out of updates with an in-place upgrades and custom hooks. And it has simple sharing. So charts are easy to version, share, and host on public or private servers. And you can use rollbacks in Helm. So you can easily roll back to an older version of a release with ease. Helm also takes security very seriously. So what are the principles of Helm? As taking security very seriously. And Helm has multiple maintainers, multiple companies backing it. It has power user email list, release candidates, all the fun things of a very mature project. So it supports Mac, Linux, Windows. It passed 1 million downloads a month already in 2019. So it's a major player. So how is Helm then used? It's used by using charts, and the prerequisites are to have a Kubernetes cluster, deciding what security configurations to apply to your installation, if any, and installing and configuring Helm. And as a bonus project, just as I mentioned before, we have Artifact Hub, which is a CNCF sandbox project. So one of the early stage ones, which you can use to find Helm charts easily. So discovering artifacts in the CNCF landscape used to be rather difficult because every CNCF projects had their own artifact hubs and whatnot. So they meant a lot of repeat work for the maintainer as well as fractured experience for the users. So Artifact Hub really solves this issue by providing one place to find these artifacts for the whole CNCF cloud-native landscape. There used to be a thing called Helm Hub. Now it's Artifact Hub, so that's nice. In here, I would have a Helm demo, easily deploy complex application, WordPress to Kubernetes using a Helm chart, but let's see if we have the time to do it in the end. Obviously, the demo will not be any worse in the end or right now, so we can see if we have the time to do it. And if not, we will enjoy the next slide, which is actually a business case study or customer study into how Helm looks like in practice. So this is case study from the CNCF case study area, which provides really helpful looks into how real businesses are using these technologies. And as well as gives you details on how companies are leveraging these things. So it serves as a really great place to maybe find more insight into how you can use these projects as well. So this is a case study on Babylon Medical's AI innovations that they used. So in this case study, there was Helm, Argo, Grafana, Prometheus, and Flux used. So Helm is the project that I just covered. So this is why I'll be highlighting this case study here. So the challenge that Babylon Medical was facing was that a large number of Babylon's products leverage machine learning and artificial intelligence. And in 2019, there wasn't really enough computing power in-house to run a particular experiment. So the company was also growing a lot, from hundreds of employees to thousands. So they were planning an expansion to other countries. So the solution really was that Babylon migrated its user-facing application to Kubernetes platforms in 2018. And the infrastructure team turned to actually Kubeflow, a cool toolkit for machine learning on Kubernetes, as well as obviously other projects that I mentioned, Helm, Argo, Grafana, Prometheus, and Flux. And they really went to create a Kubernetes core server. They deployed Kubeflow, and they orchestrated the whole experiment, which ended up being a total success. And the team began building a self-service AI training platform on top of Kubernetes. And really the impact of this project was that instead of waiting for hours or days to be able to compute, teams can get access instantaneously now. And clinical validations used to take up to 10 hours, and now they're done in under 20 minutes. And the portability of the cloud native platform also enabled Babylon to really expand to other countries in a very efficient way. So this is how these kind of very simple looking DevOps type of maybe innovations can really supercharge your maybe a bit more, for some people, exciting things, projects, and you can really kickstart your journey into scaling as well. So the next project that I will be covering is Linkerd. So Linkerd is a different kind of service mesh. That's their slogan. So Linkerd is, as mentioned before, a service mesh. It's ultra light, ultra fast, and security first service mesh for Kubernetes. And the overall goal of Linkerd is to reduce mental overhead of having a service mesh to begin with. And Linkerd is similar to Istio, which is another service mesh, but Linkerd is actually the original service mesh, the first one. Linkerd is also incredibly community minded. It's really lovely to see the thriving open source community that they have backing them. So what does Linkerd do? It provides observability, service level important metrics such as success rate, latencies, etc., and reliability, retries, timeouts, as well as security. So what are the benefits of Linkerd then? It has a, as I mentioned before, really thriving open source community. It's 100% Apache license with an incredibly fast growing, active and friendly community. And it has a really simple and minimalist design, as well as it means that there's no complex APIs or configuration. For most applications, Linkerd will just kind of work out of the box. And it also has deep runtime diagnostics. You can get a comprehensive suite of diagnostic tools, including automatic service dependency maps, as well as live traffic samples. So it's also, as mentioned before, ultra light and ultra fast. So it's built in Rust, and Linkerd's data plane proxies are incredibly small and really fast. And it installs in seconds with zero configuration, and Linkerd's control plane installs within a single namespace. And services can easily be added to the mesh one at a time. And as mentioned before, also it has actionable service metrics from observability to monitoring the golden metrics, such as success rates, request volume, latency for every service as well. So what are then the principles that Linkerd itself has been built upon? One of the principles is just work. So it has to work. That's the main point of it. So that's kind of really nice to see that that's the main driving force behind the development there. Being ultralight is one of them, so that it's the lightest service mesh around. Is to be simple, so that it can reduce operational complexity, so that it's security first, so that security is really a default, not an extra. And to create all of these things, for example, the ultralightness, Linkerd has its own proxy, so they're not using Envoy, which is another CNCF project, which is really good as well. But this Envoy is built specifically for Linkerd, so it's called Linkerd 2 proxy, and this makes the foundation of the service mesh more secure as well as custom, so that it can do this. So it's kind of like the bare minimum, but just works approach comparing to Istio, which has a bit of more features maybe, but it's not quite as simple maybe at the same time, because it's kind of a give and take. So it has a really heavy focus on Kubernetes as well, Linkerd that is. I do have a Linkerd demo as well. Let's see if we have the time to run it, but it is a really nice app that is really cool. And what is needed to use Linkerd is essentially just injecting this, and that's it. So it's, as I said before, super fast, super simple, very easy to use. So as a Linkerd demo, I would have an easy real-time service metrics. Let's see if we have the time. So then Linkerd in practice, to continue this case study business side of things. So this case study is about Nordic retail giant called Elkjøp, which used the Kubernetes and Linkerd-based platform to reduce hosting costs by 80%. So projects in this case study are Linkerd, Prometheus, Flux, and Thanos. I'll be going over Flux soon as well. So the challenge that Elkjøp, on the other hand, faced was that it was doing microservices for the first time. So Elkjøp is the largest electronics retailer in the Nordics and has more than 400 retail locations and a large e-commerce presence and 12,000 employees. So a few years ago, the company introduced microservices to provide shared functionality between systems and increase development velocity. So initially, these microservices were hosted in an individual Azure web apps, but as the environment grew, new approach was really needed. So Elkjøp was about to start an extensive project called Next Generation Retail that would put even more pressure on their microservices. So there was a lot of pressure on very important parts of the company. So the solution was that Elkjøp had a really aggressive timeline, and it needed a modern enterprise-ready microservices hosting platform that would work from day one while providing visibility into the service health and encrypting all service-to-service communication as well. So they chose Linkerd that I just showcased and went through. So they really needed insights into what was happening in the cluster and the new microservices architecture. So the impacts of using Linkerd as well as the other projects means that today Elkjøp's platform hosts more than 200 microservices, all tuned for the increased requirements of a 24/7 modernized and seamless purchasing experience that consumers now expect from all retailers, whatever channel they are on, online, mobile, or in store. And Elkjøp is really trusting Linkerd to keep the company running as well as help the customers enjoy the technology that they're using. So these are the kind of ways that these things can really make a big difference in for example, e-commerce industry as well. Then moving on to Kada, but first a sip of water. Kada is Kubernetes event-driven autoscaling. So it's application autoscaling made simple. Kada is an incubating project. So as Helm and Linkerd are graduated, actually Linkerd graduated just, I think, 1 month ago or a few weeks ago. So it's actually really newly graduated. Helm has been graduated for a long time already, but then Kada is now an incubating project that actually went to the incubating project stage within a few weeks as well. So there's a lot of movement now happening within the landscape, but that's really nice because it means the projects are moving forward as well as maturing. So what is Kada then? A newly fresh incubating project. So Kada really is all about serverless. So it lets you focus on your code, lets you have event-driven code and scaling, on-demand compute, pay-per-use. These are kind of the things that Kada works around on. So they view serverless as automation glue between services, rapid APIs, event stream, and queue processing. So default Kubernetes scaling is really not well suited for event-driven application, and Kubernetes is really more for resource-based scaling, CPU and memory essentially. So event-driven scale controlling that can, so essentially Kada is offering event-driven scale controlling that can run inside any Kubernetes cluster. And you can install it into a new or existing clusters as well. So it can monitor the rate of the events to preemptively actually act before the CPU is affected. So it's constantly monitoring and acting preemptively to act as well. So it has extensible and pluggable scalers to grab metrics from multiple sources. So what are the Kada principles then? It's not to rebuild anything that Kubernetes offers out of the box. It's a single purpose, simple, non-intrusive. It works with any container and on any workload as well. And Kata has two public case studies. One of them is Alibaba Cloud and one of them is Cast AI. As I work for Cast AI, I obviously know that use case the best. And just quickly to say that we are using Kata in the background to, because we're doing cost optimization, we're using Kata to, as mentioned before, preemptively act and do event-driven scale controlling so that the customers' clusters are optimized and you can actually, save money because you're not using unnecessary computing resources. And then Kata has the two state case studies, Alibaba Cloud as well as Cast AI in their website. So you want to read more on how you can use Kata within your environments as well from there. So then to the next project, they just keep on coming. So the next one is Flux, which is GitOps. And this is an incubating project. So Flux is, as mentioned, incubating project. They have a lot of varied end users, and it's actually one of the most mature but still developing technologies in the cloud native ecosystem, according to CNCF Technology Radar, which mapping different sides of the ecosystem to see which technology should be adopted, assessed, and kind of, viewed from different perspectives. So Flux has a really great user base as variant and a lot of end users as well. So to understand Flux, really, you have to really maybe understand GitOps first. So like a really high way to highlight what actually GitOps is. So you have all of these CLI tools, for example, kubectl apply, kubectl set image, Helm upgrade, kubectl upgrade. You can actually replace all of those CLI tools with one CLI tool, which is using the most widely known one, which is Git, and use just Git push, and that's it. So it's kind of, Flux is, it might sound complicated in the beginning, but it's actually super simple, and it's really simplifying using a lot of these Kubernetes things. So instead of changing the state of your cluster with multiple CLI commands, for example, you can use one command. So you modify something and you push it to the Git repository, and then it ends up in the cluster. So it can be anything from namespace to so many things. And another reason why it's really good is that if you use Git, you have a nice history of what's happened within your cluster in the past as well. So what really it is that GitOps provides one model for making infrastructure, apps, and Kubernetes add-on changes. And you have a consistent end-to-end workflow across your entire organization. So what this, like in a nutshell, means is that if you have an easy snapshot of your cluster that you can restore to. So if anything happens to your cluster, you can just plug your new cluster to Flux, and you can restore almost everything. So everything does not include stateful sets, no databases, and these kind of things, obviously, but everything from the Kubernetes memory, essentially. So to simplify a bit, it's the desired state is saved in Git, and it's not the actual thing that's saved in Git, but the desired state of the cluster is saved there. So it's kind of like a save point that you can easily then access and restore back to how you would want it to look like. And then if that's GitOps, why is then Flux great for GitOps? So Flux as a project aims to provide a complete continuous delivery platform on top of Kubernetes, supporting all of the common practices and tooling in the field. For example, Kustomize, Helm, mentioned before as well, metrics with Prometheus, and so on. And as a quick note, Flux version 1 to version 2, it was completely rewritten, and it saw a lot of improvements and whatnot. So it's always good to keep track of what's happening in the CNCF project landscape if you love a certain project, because the updates might bring you a lot of new cool features, and you can use a lot of them really nicely. So then a bit about Flux practices as well as benefits. Flux is the first one to really define GitOps practices. So they are, number one, describe your system declaratively, keep a configuration under source control, and 3, use software agents to reconcile and ensure correctness and alert for drift. So the benefits of all of these things is essentially collaboration infrastructure, access control, auditable history, drift correction, as well as clear boundaries between dev team as well as Kubernetes. And just to mention again, if there has been a lot of information already, I went through the ElkChap case study before, and they used Flux as well. So it's another way to show that, you know, this case study where they had a lot of savings of their hosting costs was done with Linkerd as well as Flux, as well as a few other CNCF projects as well. But you can use all of these projects together to really create the best mix to supercharge your Kubernetes clusters as well as environments. Then moving on to the next project, which is CUDA, which is a sandbox project, which is the second to last project in this session. So it's CUDA, which is Kubernetes Universal Declarative Operator. And you might be wondering, what is CUDA then? CUDA really is then about stateless versus stateful app. If all apps were stateless, everything would be super simple, but that's not the case. All apps are not stateless. So stateful apps need logic, specific knowledge to run on a certain application. You know, Kafka might differ from Cassandra and so forth. And Kubernetes has been very focused on stateless, and stateful apps do not really play well together with it. Kubernetes has created stateful sets to improve upon this, but it does not really solve the fundamental issue here. So the solution is operators. So what are operators then? Operator manages and monitors lifecycle. So it requires a lot of custom knowledge to build an operator. So you need to get some custom resource definitions that extend the Kubernetes resource types, for example. But the main thing is really that each operator is unique and purpose-built for each application. So to do this, it's usually often operator framework or kube builder is used. So building operators requires really deep expertise and may require thousands of lines of code. So substantial engineering resource really is needed to do this. And obviously not everyone has that time and resource to spend on custom operators. So this is why CUDA, the Kubernetes Universal Declarative Operator, comes in such handy. So rather than using a custom operator, CUDA provides a universal operator with concepts of the plans built in then. So what are the benefits of CUDA then? So CUDA can create operators without needing deep knowledge of Kubernetes or coding by just defining the lifestyle stages. It just uses Kubernetes APIs, so it's a lot easier to learn. And it has Kubernetes native management, so using, for example, kubectl tools and other familiar tools that everyone can use. So it's really making a thing that's could be very extensive, need a lot of resources, a lot of hours to be spent upon, making it very simple and easy to use with like tools that are familiar to everyone. Then jumping on to the last project of this session, which is Meshery, which is a sandbox project, which is also by far the newest project in my session. Meshery has become a CNCF sandbox project, I think about 3 weeks ago-ish, under a month pretty much, essentially. So it's super new. It's been around a bit longer than that, obviously, but very new, the CNCF foundation. So what is Meshery then? So we went through what is a service mesh before, and you might end up in a situation where you need multiple service meshes. So you might have many reasons why this happens. You might have a legacy that you need to manage. You might have a personal preference within your team members on what they need to use. So you end up in a situation where you have more than one type of service mesh running inside one cluster. So for example, if Linkerd and Istio are in the same cluster, things really might get a bit difficult. There's, you know, too many cooks in the kitchen, so to say. So this is where the service mesh management plane comes in. That is exactly Meshery. So it's doing service mesh management. And Meshery has a really great community. First, approach. It's at the moment, actually, even though it's relatively new, is that it's the most popular project in the Linux Foundation and mentorship program. It has already 15 maintainers and 300 plus contributors, so it's very popular already. And really, service meshes are usually built comprised of two things, which is control plane and data plane. And then this adds another plane to the mix, so the management plane, which then manages the service meshes. So it provides federation, integrates with backend systems, may help perform chaos engineering, deeper insight into the performance, long list of really that's what's possible to do with service mesh management. And all in all, Meshery really enables operators, developers, service owners to realize the full potential of a service mesh and enhances in-network intelligence as well. So then continuing what's Meshery, it supports over 10 different service meshes already. It has multi-mesh management, which includes lifecycle, workload, performance, configuration, patterns and practices, and chaos and filters. It connects automatically and to existing workloads as well. So Meshery is about halfway to a complete architecture, so to say. It's not even at the version 1 for yet. So it's new, but really exciting project as well. And then, as we are nearing the ending time of this session, let's start wrapping up. So we have, we went through a CNCF overview. We went through Helm, Linkerd, CUDA, Flux, Kata, Meshery. Such a long list, or just to say one go, as well as Artifact Hub as an extra project. So a lot of things has been happening today. Here's some learn more resources, and don't worry if it's too long of a list. At the end, I've highlighted my GitHub, which is github.com/Annie Thalassa, where you can go in and you can find the slides there. You can find all of the links within the slides, obviously, as well, so you can access these easily. I made some updates today to my slides, but I will update those updates after this session, so look out for them there. But to just quickly run through what are the actual learn more resources that I'm linking you guys to. CNCF survey, as said earlier, I highly recommend checking it out. It's really helpful if you are also wondering into how to get started, what are the big questions, the most used tools in the CNCF landscape as well. All of the projects have their own sites, which I obviously recommend visiting. And then I think it's also super helpful always to support your favorite projects in GitHub. Because it's open source, so everyone's doing this out of community spirit. So it's really great always to make sure that your favorite projects are running on a sustainable state as well. So there's two of these case studies linked there, but you can also just find CNCF case studies area, and there's a lot more of them there, so you can read more there. I've linked also the CNCF end user technology radar. CNCF Technical Oversight Committee has a really great predictions from the Technical Oversight Committee talk at almost all KubeCons, which really goes into mapping into what are the common trends within this landscape, which is super nice as well. Tech World with Nana has a lot of great cloud native content in YouTube, as well as CNCF YouTube has also a really great resources, and you can dive deeper into all of these projects. For example, if one of these projects like Linkerd, for example, really piqued your interest, you can go find the 30-minute intro talk to Linkerd there and really dive deeper into the project that really interests you the most. If you're interested in finding more about Cast AI, you can go to cast.ai/Annie. And if you want us to send you an email or two, you can leave your contact info there. And we will get back to you with some emails, as well as a gift card to CNCF store, so you can get yourself some nice CNCF plushies, t-shirts, stickers, all of the fun things. And as mentioned before, Cast AI is doing Kubernetes cost optimization and performance optimization. So if you optimize your Kubernetes cloud in a super simple and easy way, you can just plug in Cast AI into your cluster and you're good to go. And then as a few final resources to highlight is Cloud Gossip, my podcast, has a really great episode on adventures in open source with Tom Kirkhope. Tom is one of the maintainers of Kada. So if you want to dive deeper into what does it look like, what does maintaining an open source project look like from the maintainer's perspective, how does it feel like, how many endless nights and endless work days he's had. It was really great to talk with him, and he had such a great insight into these topics, as well as if you are interested in starting to contribute to Kubernetes and cloud native communities, there's a really great keynote, for example, on getting started in the Kubernetes community and how to get contributing as well. So those are really great as well. So I hope everyone got one thing to take away from this session, which is what I promised, which is inspiration, ideas on your next projects and ideas and whatnot. And if you have any questions later, you can always find me at Annie Talvasto. You can find a LinkedIn or in Twitter, for example, as well. Always happy to answer any questions and concerns or anything there. I don't think I have time to do the demos for now, but I will be super happy to do the Q&A and answer any questions there. As well as if you have any later on, always happy to jump into Twitter side as well, just as mentioned before there. Yeah, that's it, I think, as far as my slideshow goes.
Thank you, Annie. That was amazing. So much information. And I think what was most exciting was to see just the pace of how many new projects CNCF really is sponsoring and moving forward. It's like so many amazing new things. That's just so exciting.
Yes,
yeah. I prompted in the chat if anybody has any questions. I don't see any questions as of yet. I am curious about you personally from all these different projects. Which one are you most excited about?
Yeah, well, I think it depends on, it's a hard question because it depends on what you are looking for. Me personally, I have a soft spot for Helm, for example, because I made my first technical ever demo on Helm, even though it's rather like it's not new per se, but since it's kind of, you know, one of the things that I first got into, it has a soft spot in my heart as well. But I think Kada is really wonderful as well, because I think, so I have a KubeCon session coming up on Kada as well, because how event-driven autoscaling can also help us combat climate change, for example, which I think is a wonderful topic as well. And, you know, these technologies can really also boost helping the world in a way. But also I think Meshery has such a great following already at such an early stage. So I can't wait to see what they grow into coming up in the next months or years, because if they have such a huge following already, I can't even like imagine what we will end up with.
Definitely exciting. And I love the name too. I mean, Meshery, just it flows off of the tongue. I can't stop saying it.
Yeah, for sure, I agree.
So I want to thank you for your presentation. Definitely so many things. I want to go back to all those links and look at each one on the page and find out more about it. It just filled me with so many possibilities. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much for having me. It was wonderful. I'm glad to hear that it was useful and nice.
Yes, absolutely. I see that there's no additional questions in the chat. If anybody else has any questions, feel free to reach out to Annie with social media. And it's definitely been great to be able to have her on this. So thank you so much for being part of Ignite Innovation.
Thank you so much for having me, and looking forward to any questions if there is anything that comes up with, and have a great event.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. So Annie was the last of our former speakers here at Ignite Innovation, and I'd like to take a few minutes at the end to really have a brainstorming session, kind of invite the audience to join us on the Zoom if you would like to be part of the camera presentation, and be able to hear from you what ideas were sparked by all these conversations. We started off with talking about blockchain, which is so big right now, definitely an area where there's so much explosive growth and new application of skills, moving from the blockchain over to IoT, Internet of Things, how devices really play a role. Definitely, it's a big plus in terms of what's happening in the tech industry today, what we see in terms of technology itself jumping into out that world outside of the computer into the actual, live action world of humans, and being able to make these convenient features that really do help us move forward. And from IoT, we went on to APIs. What are amazing APIs that are out there available to be able to enhance features in your development today? And that led us to the API economy talk with Alan from IBM about how IBM could help you come up with a strategy to really have everything from planning to be able to have the infrastructure to support releasing an API to the public so that your work, stuff that you've been developing in-house, can have a global effect, and how that could be really tied to a financial gain so that potentially you could have earnings from it as well. And then from there, we went into CNCF and open source technology, and just a plethora of projects that the community has been working that has such a big impact in being able to create scalable microservice kind of applications, and potentially, as she said, something that could change the world and help with climate change. So I'd love to hear from the public, and you could do it on chat, or you could join us here on the Zoom about really what kind of innovative ideas or creative thinking kind of sparked in your mind. I know in one of the earlier comments, there was conversation about combining the API technology with blockchain so that in order to incorporate some of the features today for smart contracts and being able to integrate it into your system to tie it into how APIs are being exposed to the users, being able to tie it into the whole process of a company working with different developer teams, having that relationship between the developer team and the core company itself. So definitely I see a correlation between the blockchain technology that we talked about earlier and the API. There's a comment on the chat about IoT, and definitely IoT has its implications as well, and its possibilities in terms of blockchain. How can you get these smart devices to really help and engage the audience, allow the actual device to, using the blockchain, record information, be able to have information that is certified by different areas, having sensors actually recognize people to allow these smart contracts to be executed, and those signatures and those actual steps along the workflow to execute and allow for the secure information to be stored and available for the future. It really is interesting how all these combinations can be used either individually or together to move forward. I'd love for people on the chat to throw in any additional comments or join us here on the Zoom. But the whole purpose of Ignite Innovation really is about trying to bring to you some components that really can be used in software development, whether they're components that are tools that you add on or a new way of executing, such as tools that you add on as in APIs that we had talked about, or new ways of executing like the smart contracts versus maybe more traditional contracts managed through HelloSign, and being able to now make your company software and tools be ready for the next level, be ready for the future. We see that technology keeps evolving, and as we move to this next level, it really allows us to have a lot of options of which direction we want to go. I'm most excited about doing Ignite Innovation and focusing here on companies in South Florida, because my goal really is to help South Florida companies really elevate their level of innovation, really elevate the products that we produce here locally. There's a lot of things that have been happening in the media and also with investors and other companies to be able to put a spotlight on South Florida as a great location for technology to be developed, for companies to be developing technology. But in actuality, a lot of companies have been here and have been creating tech all along. I myself started my tech career in 1993 after attending FIU here locally. And since then, the companies that we've been working with and companies that I've had the pleasure of being a staff on have built everything from logistics and transportation, travel, insurance. They that have to do with securities, e-commerce, retail. I feel like there's so much growth happening here in South Florida. And as the spotlight starts to focus on our region, I really would love for our tech to be the one that shines, that the actual technology that we have creatively come up with, the ways that we have created it with the global focus, be what really represents and what is representative of what Miami Tech and South Florida Tech really is. So as you make decisions as to where you want to take your projects, as you make decisions as to what's next for your company in terms of software development, as you make decisions as to what features you want to include in your projects, I encourage you to really have more of a world view, not only because it would allow your company to be ready for the future, but it would allow your company to really shine and really allow South Florida overall to really shine in that spotlight. So I see there's no additional comments on the chat. We're coming to the end of the presentation. I just wanted to go ahead and say thank you to everybody that participated. Definitely something that is a passion project of mine. Ignite Innovation is going to occur every first Friday of every month. So the next one is scheduled for October 1st. Check our website for a list of speakers, and we'll be posting that shortly. And if you're interested in participating as a speaker or a sponsor, please feel free to visit the footer of our website, igniteinnovationfl.com, for more information. A lot of information is on here. We're going to be releasing some videos so that you're able to kind of watch anything that you may have missed. But thank you so much for being part of here. Appreciate you. And please go out there and build some amazing things.